We're live, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order our City Council meeting of Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. We're going to begin with a pledged flag, and I'd like to invite down Sarah Blumfield of American Martyrs School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Wait, before you go, Sarah, we'd like to hear a little bit more about you from the Vice Principal of American Martyrs School, please.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read, but Sarah, it is our privilege to have such an exceptional eighth grader at American Martyrs School who exemplifies the very best of what it means to be both a student and a servant leader in our community. Sarah's teachers have witnessed firsthand her remarkable growth and dedication this year. Her math teacher, Mr. Mack, shares, Sarah is clicking on all cylinders. She's having an outstanding year in math, and it's great to see her confidence grow each week. Her humanities teacher adds, Sarah has tremendous effort in humanities through her consistent work and focus. She approaches her assignments with integrity and is always willing to support her classmates however she can. Sarah's strong work ethic sets a positive example for others and contributes to a productive classroom environment. While Sarah's academic excellence is evident, what truly sets her apart is her commitment to service. She consistently demonstrates our school's core values of faith, service, excellence, and integrity, using her gifts not just for personal achievement, but to uplift and support those around her. Sarah helps students at the Friendship Foundation with their Rad Science event and has also supported a Peers Eagle Scout project that created additional seating at Bishop Montgomery. Now, this is probably done by AI, but I've known Sarah for, it feels like a long time, but 10 years or so, and she's the best. So thank you guys very much for having her. This is a genuine person that I'm fortunate to be around, and we're lucky to have at our school. Congratulations. Thank you guys for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, Sarah, hold on, we have more for you. First and foremost, what's your favorite subject? What do you enjoy studying the most?
Social studies.
Studies, terrific. Thank you so much for coming and leading us in the pledge. We have for you a certificate and a city pin. And if you hold on just a second, we get a picture with you.
With all of us.
We have a picture with you. I'm not sure if it's going to be taking
Congratulations.
Thank you guys very much. So nice to meet you.
We're so ready to
I know. We're like, where's everything?
All right, so we'll do a quick turn of the chairs and ceremony.
No, we have ceremonial, but.
Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Tarnay.
Here.
Councilmember Shrillian.
Here.
Councilmember Haworth.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Here. Mayor Lesser.
Here. We now move on to our ceremonial calendar, which is a presentation of a commendation of recognition to Soroptomist International of the South Bay for their philanthropic leadership and dedication to education, empowerment, and service. And let me introduce this item this way. And that is, the Soroptomist chapter has been in Manhattan Beach since 1953. And they focus and champion issues related to women. But not just any issues, but issues that are not always the easiest of subjects. They do the hard work. With the Live Your Dream Awards, they provide financial support for women pursuing education while supporting their families. With the Dream It, Be It program, they provide mentorship and career-building opportunities for women, particularly young teen girls in underserved communities. And with various community impact projects, they focus, as I mentioned, on difficult projects. Last month, during Human Traffic Awareness Month, they co-sponsored a forum on human trafficking, which was really impactful at our Jocelyn Community Center. This is not an issue that just happens outside of our community. It happens in our community. They described what to look for, and more particularly had stories of those that had been in that world. So I'd like to bring down leaders of the Soroptomist Club International who can talk a little bit about their club, and we're so glad that you're here with us this evening. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself, who's up here, and tell us a little about the club?
Sure. You did such an amazing job kind of summarizing everything that I have in here. So, but I'm Karen Massidi, and I'm the president of Soroptomist International of South Bay. And I'll do a little bit of this, but since we got a little bit of explanation already, I'll save it a little bit. But we were formerly known as Soroptomist International of Manhattan Beach, and we didn't leave Manhattan Beach. We just changed our name to better reflect our work throughout the greater South Bay area and around the world. We are a global volunteer organization, and we do provide women and girls with access to education and training that they need to achieve economic empowerment. I will do a quick plug because Sloopy's has been an amazing, amazing supporter of Soroptomist, and they are now going to be supporting us with 15% of their proceeds the first Tuesday of every month, except for the summer months, where they're going to be helping us out. And we hope to see all of you. It's actually going to be Wednesday, March 11th. So if you want to do breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or all three of them at Sloopy's and help us out, that would be amazing. And if you are interested, we do have our Live Your Dream Awards coming up on February 28th, where we're going to be awarding over $20,000 to different women to help them with their education. We're so excited for that. And since we do have some wonderful Manhattan Beach police officers in the room, I'll do a plug for our breast cancer comfort bags, which we give to women undergoing chemotherapy for the first time. And the Manhattan Beach Police Department with the Pink Patch Project has been such an avid supporter of the breast cancer comfort bags. So thank you for your support. Thank you for attending the Human Trafficking Awareness Forum. We hope to have more, and we hope to see you. And this is my son. He wanted to see what we were doing. So this is Alexander. And we have Monica Fry, who is our Director of Philanthropy, who has been doing an amazing job letting people know about our club, because we have been here for over 70 years. And everyone always says we're the best kept secret, but we don't want to be a secret. So everybody, if you want to learn more, we have an amazing website. So just let me know, and I can share whatever. And thank you for honoring us today.
I know Monica's going to say a few words, but just for anyone who's interested in learning more, the website is?
SISouthbay.org.
Monica, anything further you wanted to add briefly?
No, I just want to reiterate what President Karen said as well. Both of us have been in the organization for going on 19 years now. It's an amazing organization that helps women and girls in so many different areas. We do encourage you to take a look at our website, learn more about us. If you'd like to join us, let us know. We're having a Galentine's Day mixer this Thursday, so reach out to us on our email. I prepared this to make you hungry. This is a lovely hamburger from Sloopy's, so this makes you hungry. When you support our fundraisers, every dollar can help change a woman's lives, because that creates a Live Your Dream award. So while it may seem like it may be small, it's not. It's huge. So I just want to encourage you to spread the word, and hopefully you will visit our partner, which we are very grateful for, Peter Kim and Sloopy's Beach Cafe. So, and thank you to the City Council, Mayor Lesser, thank you. We also have our newest member sitting up there, Chief of Police Rachel Johnson. We hope will come down and join us to receive this. So she's our newest member. And she did an amazing job moderating the Human Trafficking Awareness Forum. So we do thank you, and for Officer Ineguez from the Manhattan Beach Police Department. So thank you very much.
So we have two proclamations for you. Please, Chief. First, we have a proclamation, just a commendation for your organization and how much great work you're doing. And then second is the Human Traffic Awareness Proclamation, which was this past month, which I'll pass on to you as well. So we'd love to get a group picture. This is on behalf of the entire City Council. Let's come this way. We also have city pins.
Wrong chair. Thank you. I was like, what did I forget?
We now move on to item E, which is approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. Does any council member wish to pull any item from the consent calendar? I see that there is a motion by Councilmember Tarnay, and the motion is?
Approval of agenda and waiver of full reading.
And I see that's been seconded by Councilmember Trillian. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
We now move on to item number F, which is City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events for up to 1 minute per person. Are there members of the public that would care to make a community announcement?
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials. Hey, Jeff. Bobby with WM, Organics and Recycling, Outreach and Educator. Two things I just want to cover real quick. First thing, we had our first in my 4 or 5 years here, our first truck fire from a battery in Manhattan Beach. It was a little scary. It was right over the driver, got the alarms, pulled over next to the Public Works and National Guard Armory. And the fire department, big shout out to the fire department, came out and put it out, decided it wasn't a fire, it was just, they crushed the battery and paper was smoldering. So they extinguished that quickly. We went by all the rules and regulations, had the truck towed back to the yard, got the driver back to the yard, and a new truck to come out and finish his yard. We're putting it in our newsletters. I'm going to add it to our billing as quickly as we can, just to get the awareness out to the public as quick as possible. Second fun note. As you guys know, we did Touch a Truck at Storytime over at the library. The library was awesome. It was so much fun. The librarian, they set this up. They read a story. She was a rock star, had all the kids involved. I got up and got to talk to them for a little bit. Then the fun part, of course, is kids getting to see the truck, touch the truck. They just had a blast.
Oh, my God.
We had about 50 of them out there, just little rugrats running around, nothing but tickle time. It was an awesome time. We love to get together. I love to get together with the community, with the little kids and do it. That's all I got. Wishing you guys all God's blessings.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor.
Bobby.
That close, Joe.
Just seconds away from a clean escape.
That was it.
Terms of endearment. What do people do to safely dispose of their batteries and chargers?
Yeah, we have battery drop-off boxes everywhere, and there's one right upstairs here, one at Jocelyn Center, Manhattan Heights, inside the police department. Or we have one at every one of our schools. We run a school young battery drive, so if you have a child at school, put it in a bag, send them to school with it, they can put it in the front office. Or if they want to, they can call at your door. They put it on their front porch, our trucks come by, go up, pick up the battery, no problem whatsoever. We want to keep them out. Yes, the truck fires are dangerous, but we also want to keep these out of our landfill. Nothing comes from a battery being in a landfill.
And that's the lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah.
Anything?
Double A's,
Okay.
lithium-ion, chargers,
all right.
electric toothbrushes, anything you've got like that has a battery inside it. We want to keep it out of our trucks for safety, but we want to divert that from the landfill.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Hello, Cassandra from the Manhattan Beach Library. I just wanted to plug one of our programs that is next Saturday at 2 o'clock. It is a modern dance performance. So you can see these beautiful performers and learn about the art of dance. It's by Benita's Bike Dance Art. It's an LA-based chamber of modern dance company. So everyone is invited, all ages. You can register online and we'll send you guys reminders, but it's 2 o'clock on February 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. MB United, in collaboration with the Miracosta High School Black Scholars Union, St. Michael's Club, Pacific Islanders Club, Latino Scholars Union, Middle Eastern North African MENA Club, and the Jewish Cultural Club invites and welcomes everyone to a community multicultural celebration on Sunday, February 22nd. That's this Sunday, from 2 to 4 at the Joslin Center. Come celebrate the racial, ethnic, and cultural diversity that enriches and strengthens our community with food, fabulous music from the terrific Miracosta Jazz Band and the Miracosta Choir, poetry, and other activities. It's free. It's this Sunday, February 22nd, from 2 to 4 at the Joslin Center. Hope to see everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief.
Well, good evening, Mayor Lester, members of the City Council. I want to start by wishing everyone a happy Lunar New Year and wish you all good health and fortune. I have 2 events to invite the community to today. One is our town hall, which is tomorrow. Yay! Tomorrow, Chief Alexander and I will be presenting on emergency preparedness and giving a recap of crime in Manhattan Beach for 2025, and we invite the community to join us. If you want to ask questions, you can do that when you get to the town hall, but you can also ask questions at askacop@manhattanbeach.gov. Again, that's askacop@manhattanbeach.gov. This email is monitored all the time, so it's not just for questions for the town hall. But if you have a question for the town hall that might require some research, please email us so that we can get you an answer in front of the group at the town hall at askacop@manhattanbeach.gov. We hope to see you tomorrow at the town hall at 6 p.m. at the Joslin Center. The other event that we have is Coffee with a Cop, and it is at Dunkin' Donuts on Thursday, the 26th of February from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Please join us at Dunkin' for some excellent coffee, some excellent donuts, and meeting your police officers and our entire department team. That's 8 o'clock on the 26th of February, which is a Thursday at Dunkin' on Sepulveda. Have a great night.
Thank you, Jim.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser, members of City Council, and community members in attendance with us this evening. I'm Emmy Rose Hanna, Financial Services Manager with our Finance Department, and I'm here today to share and announce the city's budget survey is currently open to the public through the end of this month and closes on February 28th. The budget survey is an opportunity for anyone within the community to share feedback on budget priorities regarding the use of city funds, places we could improve, things you care about most, and other feedback on the city's budget. We encourage anyone in attendance this evening or watching from home to participate in this short 5-minute survey using the QR code included on the screen ahead. We also have a handout that's displayed in front of the council chambers, in addition to having this available on our city website. And with that, I wanted to share that we look forward to presenting the results of this survey in our proposed budget discussion, which is scheduled later in May of this year. And thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Any other members of the public in chambers that care to address or care to present a community announcement? Seeing none, yep. So we have one, please.
Hello, council members. I bring gifts. Craig Snyder, co-president of Manhattan Beach Little League, here today to talk about our town event for this Saturday. We're bringing back the Little League Parade.
Great.
It's what seems like a few years hiatus. It's been 5 or 6 years. We have new leadership the last 2 years. We're trying to rebuild the community, rebuild the tradition of Manhattan Beach Little League, which has been around since 1958. Used to be, and we hope to be, one of the largest little leagues in the country. We put a lot of work into it, thanks to Councilman Steve, a great team that we work with within the city, with Archie Sherman, Jeff Conover, Chris O'Brien, Paula Rogers. They've just been tremendous to work with our fields, getting those ready, and we're really excited for them. So we appreciate the partnership with the city. We have great fields, and our numbers are up dramatically this year. We're doing a lot of initiatives. We're restarting the Challenger League for special needs kids. We put a lot of money in the league into the fields, and we're really hoping to really make this all about Manhattan Beach, the community, the town. And what better than to start with the parade? That's what little kids like, from T-ball to up to 12, 13-year-olds. If you could just turn to the next page really quickly. I know some of you are going to attend, and I think it's going to be a really cool event for everybody, and to really kind of supercharge and reinvigorate kind of the program this year. This is a quick itinerary. We're going to start, if you wouldn't mind, on the next page too, really quickly. This is kind of the parade route. We're meeting at the Shade Hotel and kind of marching all the teams with team banners, and we'll have vintage cars driving you all around through Manhattan Beach Boulevard up to Highland, and then taking a right onto 15th, kind of funneling into American Martyr School. If you wouldn't mind the next slide, please. This is kind of the quick overview of how we're kind of looking at the day. We'll have a taco truck on the outside with Wetzel's Pretzels, make it carnival-like type of rides and events for the kids. And our opening ceremony will be kind of by the infield with Monsignor Barry speaking, and we have Coach Jim Harbaugh as our keynote address. So we're really excited about it, and I think it will be really good for the town. And we invite everybody, whether you play baseball or not, to kind of enjoy the day. The event goes from 10 to 2, and this is kind of, we have the Miracosta Marching Band, so we're getting everybody kind of involved in this, and I think this will really be great for the town, Little League in general. And once again, we appreciate the partnership with the city, and you have great people working for you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Couple quick questions for.
Councilmember Howard.
Sorry, so 9 o'clock is sort of lineup for the parade.
Yeah, 8:45 is when the kids are going to come to like stage effectively, and then the parade march, that rectangle starts at 9, and then the ceremony will start right after the march is done. We'll give you the exact details.
It's fantastic. We're all very excited, but you did let Coach Harbaugh know it's for baseball, right?
I did.
Okay.
His sons have played Little League, so he knows that. So he's very much aware of that. He actually umpired a game last year for our kids.
He's
so
great.
He was
Great for
very
the
into it.
community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for reorganizing it. As someone who coached for 7 years, I'm so pleased to see this coming back.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other members of the public in chambers that would like to make a community announcement? Seeing none, is there anybody on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Thank you. Colleagues?
Yes.
Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Martha. And this is, again, I appreciate everything our president of the Manhattan Beach Little League mentioned, Craig, and this is a big deal for us. I wanted to take another minute and put up the flyer that's been going around on social media. Please come one, come all. Again, and thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, Mark Lehman being the director, and all the staff that Craig mentioned. Huge help. It takes a village to run this league. I know that. We're all volunteers, commissioners and coaches and dads, and it's a wonderful program. It's a rite of passage almost in Manhattan Beach. They're coming up on 70 years. I think most of my colleagues' families have gone through the system while they're coached and been part of it. So there's just pride of ownership, and you know, it's exciting to finally get to do this parade again. It was pre-COVID the last time we did it. It's incredible, as Craig mentioned, but I just wanted to give it another plug and put this out there, whoever's watching on Zoom or on TV, and go from there.
Thank you.
Mayor and VIP. The mayor gets the blue hat. We just,
Thank you. Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I normally do not dress like this at our council meetings, for those of you who don't normally attend. I am in a traditional Vietnamese gown. It's called an ao dai. And I'm here tonight, and I'm honored to recognize and celebrate the Lunar New Year and welcome the Year of the Horse. Across many cultures throughout Asia, including my birth country of Vietnam and around the world, the Lunar New Year marks a time of renewal, reflection, and hope. It's a moment to honor family, express gratitude, and look ahead to new possibilities. The horse holds a special place in the zodiac. It symbolizes energy, determination, resilience, and a strong spirit of independence. People born in this year of the horse are said to be hardworking, optimistic, and driven by a deep sense of purpose. The horse is also associated with progress and forward momentum, always moving ahead with strength and confidence. As we enter this new Lunar New Year, these qualities feel especially meaningful for our city. Like the horse, Manhattan Beach continues to move forward with energy, creativity, and a commitment to community. We celebrate the diversity of our residents and the many traditions that make our city vibrant and welcoming. May the Year of the Horse bring all of you good health, prosperity, and renewed optimism for the year ahead. Happy New Lunar New Year, and in Vietnamese we say Chúc mừng năm mới to all of you. Thank you.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Thank you, council member. Any
Mayor?
other council?
Sorry,
Yes,
to interrupt one
Mr.
quick second. It's hard to remember to thank everyone, but police and fire and public works and everyone that was involved in putting the parade together, just wanted to thank you guys as well in public. Thank you.
Very good.
Hasn't happened yet. It might, oh, sorry.
The rain's going to hold. We talked to Mother Nature. We're good.
In which case, we'll move on now to public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city for up to 2 minutes, including items on our council agenda. Madam City Clerk? I beg your pardon? Coffee with the mayor. So I have my own item, forgive me. Every month I get together with members of the public. It's an opportunity to informally talk about policy issues or issues that individuals might be experiencing in our community. My next Coffee with the Mayor will be on Friday, March 6th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. at Metlock's Plaza. Again, we will be planning also events in East Manhattan Beach, but these events are on the first Friday of every month. Thank you for that prompting, Madam City Clerk. With no further community announcements, we will now move on to public comments. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a public comment? Please come, feel free to come down.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jan Holtz, and I'm here in support of agenda item number 10 for American Martyrs for the stormwater study that I hope is approved so that we don't have flooding in our playground, so that activities like the Little League Parade can be held there in case it rains. So I'm just here to say that the city has been really helpful over the last couple of years. We even had Councilmember Franklin out there one night last year, right, helping bail water in a real emergency. So
It was my penance.
Anyway, a big shout out.
It was my penance.
Yeah, that's right. So a big shout out to everybody in Public Works because they showed up on Christmas Eve. They were there until midnight, making sure that, you know, the thousands of people that show up could park. So it was really a yeoman's effort. So Gilbert, Jeff Page, Cody, and Dan. Anthony Hernandez is a real superstar. He's in touch with us 24 hours a day. So anyway, I'll make it short. That's it. Let's hope it doesn't rain on the day of the parade. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Other members of the public? Please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm James Locke. As many of you know, I am a teacher here in Manhattan Beach. I'm teaching at Miracosta now, and I've been teaching here for 22 years. I'm also a board member of the Oceanographic Teaching Stations. And I'm here to express and ask for your strong support for the city's continued investment in the Roundhouse Aquarium. As an educator, I see firsthand the value, the need, and that comes out of hands-on learning. The Roundhouse Aquarium isn't just a tourist destination at the end of the pier. It's a living classroom. Our students learn marine biology, they learn ecological sciences, and the connection between our daily lives as a beach community and the oceans. For many children, even here in our coastal community, the aquarium is their first meaningful interaction with marine life. The aquarium also serves as a gateway experience for visitors across the region and beyond. It enhances the educational and cultural value of Manhattan Beach Pier and supports the local economy by increasing visitation and community engagement. It reflects the city's identity as a coastal community and values stewardship, science, and sustainability. Maintaining life support systems, tanks, pumps, educational equipment, it's not optional, it's essential. These systems protect the health of the live marine animals and ensure a safe, high-quality experience for the public. Investing in the infrastructure now prevents larger, more costly failures in the future and ensures the aquarium remains a safe and inspiring resource. The Roundhouse Aquarium helps teach the principle that the ocean starts at our doorstep, right? That what happens in our streets and in our neighborhoods flows to the seas. So supporting that facility is an investment in the environmental literacy and in the next generation of community leaders. I respectfully urge the city to support funding for the necessary maintenance and equipment replacement. The Roundhouse Aquarium is a small building with an outsized impact, educationally, environmentally, and economically. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to our community.
Thank you. While the next speaker is coming up, I just wanted to correct, this is for up to 3 minutes. And also, we would ask that if you speak now, when the item is called up, we don't have you speak again. But please, proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Scott Yanowski. I've been a resident of Manhattan Beach for approximately 40 years. Got a notification the other day that they wanted to build a large apartment building on Sepulveda Boulevard, Sepulveda and 2nd. I think it's 6 stories. It's outrageous. The city doesn't need that. I remember for years going to the building department and seeing a sign that would say, this is not Redondo Beach, this is not Hermosa Beach. That's what it's going to end up looking like, parts of Hermosa Beach, parts of Redondo Beach, which are large buildings. We don't need that here. The 3-story limits that you have on the buildings is fine. You shouldn't change that. Please, 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 I know it's a state mandate that you have to deal with on that. If it requires us going to a charter city, which I don't know all the details on that, but that's something I think you should consider, and make it a mandatory thing, and a rush. I think there's 3 or 4 buildings that are proposed, 6 stories on Sepulveda. We don't need that in our city. You passed an anti-mansionization law years ago to reduce the amount of buildings, single-family homes that were built in our area. That didn't quite work the way you wanted it to work, but it'd be nice if you can do something like that on Sepulveda or any place else in the city. They want to build something that's way beyond our planning codes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here to speak on Agenda 15. My name is Tim Hagman, and I'm a resident of Manhattan Beach, and I'm here tonight to respectfully express my opposition to the proposed Deputy Chief position for the Manhattan Beach Police Department. I served the city for 30 years with the Manhattan Beach Police Department and retired in 2021 after 33 years in law enforcement. During my final 9 years, I held the rank of captain and managed the Field Operations Bureau as well as the Investigations and Administration Bureau. I share this only to provide context my perspective and experience. For many years, the residents and business owners in Manhattan Beach have consistently asked for more police officers and greater visibility throughout the city, especially in the downtown area. In 2023, the chief requested 7 additional officers, and the city approved that request, increasing the authorized staffing from 65 to 72. In the associated staff report, the chief stated these positions would be for a year-round 4-officer bicycle team and a crime impact group consisting of 3 officers and 1 sergeant. The bicycle team operated less than 1 year with only 2 officers and no longer exists. And the crime impact group was never implemented. Now, instead of strengthening frontline staffing, this proposal would reallocate 2 previously approved police officer positions to create a deputy chief position. The department already has a chief, 2 captains, 5 lieutenants, 11 sergeants, 1 civilian manager, and one of the lieutenants serving as an executive officer who reports directly to the chief. The chief will say the deputy chief position will be for leadership development and succession planning. However, this does not require creating a new executive rank. Developing future leaders should already be part of the normal command staff responsibilities. It's also important to recognize that a new executive position carries a long-term salary and pension cost that the city must consider carefully. We can all agree that public safety is a top priority. Reducing the number of authorized police officers runs counter to the community's long-standing request for more officers and more visible policing, and to the commitments made by each of you to prioritize public safety. In addition to addressing the City Council, I would like to briefly speak to the community. I'm speaking tonight not only as a former police professional, but as a resident and a customer of local businesses. What Manhattan Beach needs most is not another layer of command, but more officers in the field, visible, proactive, and engaged in keeping our community safe. For these reasons, I respectfully oppose the creation of a new deputy chief position, this mid-year budget review, and in the upcoming budget process. I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Are there, yes, please.
Mayor and Council, Mike Jenkins, 48-year resident of Manhattan Beach. At your last meeting, you considered changes to the city's legislative platform. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin wanted to delete a portion of a sentence in the section on environmental protection policies, Section 5A. Joe explained that he proposed the deletion to avoid redundancy and for the sake of brevity. Yet the portion he wanted deleted was a mere 21 words, words that added clarity and specificity to the sentence. None were redundant, and certainly not lengthy. As several of you observed, brevity is not a virtue when the result is ambiguity or uncertainty. Policies should say what you mean. When Councilmember Haworth said she thought it was important to specify that the city policy is meant to combat climate change, Joe showed his hand. Joe responded to Emmy by muttering that even Bill Gates no longer believes in climate change. Well, that is in fact untrue, Joe. Bill Gates very much believes that climate change exists and is a problem. He has changed his views as to how to approach resolving it. It is you, Joe, who apparently does not believe that climate change exists or is a problem. Notwithstanding universal scientific opinion to the contrary and the unmistakable evidence of it as manifested in sea level rise, melting ice caps, and hurricanes and wildfires of ever-increasing ferocity. Joe, you have developed an anti-environmental record in the city. Last year, you voted against taking a $10,000 grant to prepare an energy conservation element in the general plan designed to encourage reduced reliance on carbon-based fuel. Important pro-environmental planning that you tried to block by falsely telling residents that it would ban gas appliances. A couple of months ago, you voted against the 28th Street Filtration Project, a significant project designed to keep bacterial pollutants out of the ocean, which you tried to block by falsely claiming that the contractor was not responsible, even though your own staff demonstrated that you had no legal or factual basis to reject the bidder and stop a project that was 6 years in the making. And now at the last meeting, you sought to remove explicit references to climate change, energy efficiency, and clean water from the legislative platform. You claim it was an allegiance to brevity, but you betrayed your motives when you referenced Bill Gates. Falsely, I might add. Residents need to understand that you have used your position on this council to oppose environmental protection. You oppose reduced reliance on carbon fuel. You oppose keeping our ocean clean. You don't believe that climate change is real, and so that you oppose advocating for state laws to help the city combat its effects. Maybe you conceal your view because you know that it is inconsistent with what the majority of people in this community want. But the pretexts are transparent, and it's dishonest, Joe. Not what we expect from our leaders, and it's not good government. Thank you.
Are there any other members in chamber that would care to make a public comment?
All right, good evening, Mayor Lesser and council members. My name is Amanda Park. I've been a resident of Manhattan Beach for 24 years. I was on the Bruce's Beach Task Force created by City Council in 2020, and thereafter in the Art and Public Places Commission to come up with the recommendation for the art piece to be placed at Bruce's Beach. I want to express my gratitude to Hildy Stern and Steve Napolitano, who approved the funds for this art piece to be placed at Bruce's Beach back in 2021. To the members of the Art and Public Places Commission, including Hildy Stern and Council Member Amy Haworth, who attended all the meetings, and the Cultural Arts Commission to ensure this art piece comes to fruition. What happened 100 years ago cannot be changed, and while the city has issued an apology for taking beachfront property from African American families, this art piece will go towards recognizing past errors and provide healing to the families and to the community. This art piece will honor the contributions and aspirations of the Bruce family and the other families who are marginalized. It will provide a place to show hope moving forward. I am proud of Manhattan Beach for taking this bold step forward. I thank the current City Council for approving the art piece tonight and ensuring its completion in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other members of the public that care to make a public comment that are in chamber? And if anybody else would like to make a public comment, it'd be terrific if you could come down to the front seats right behind the podium.
Hello, Ray Joseph. There's not one financial advisor in this world that would tell you to put all your money in one stock. What do they tell you? Diversify. It's very, very important. Same thing with energy. We can't rely on one source of energy, all electric. It's a national security risk, because if we lose electricity, we can't do anything. If you look at Lake Arrowhead a few years ago when they got snowed in, they couldn't get in or out, they didn't have electricity or cell coverage. If they didn't have gas, they would have froze to death. They could heat and they could cook. A few years ago, my furnace went out, and if I didn't have a fireplace, I would have froze. Because I could turn, the furnace on. And if, electricity went out, then I wouldn't have any options whatsoever. So it's important from a national security standpoint to have diverse use of energy going forward. And that's why I support, moves that Joe makes as far as making sure that we maintain having diverse use of energy and of different appliances, because that way we're not stuck with only one option. And if power goes out, within days, California would be fighting for their lives because they couldn't heat, they couldn't cook, they couldn't drive. So thank you for keeping energy diverse and letting us have choice of different appliances. Because if somebody has to replace a gas range with an electric one, it's going to cost them thousands of dollars to run the power line to it. And it'd be very detrimental to a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that care to make a public comment? If not, Martha, is anybody on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
In which case, I will close public comment. We now move on to item H, our consent calendar. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Haworth, seconded by Councilmember Sherrillian. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, in which case we now skip ahead to item K, our general business items. Item number 12, it's the South Bay City's Council of Governments Housing Trust discussion.
Well, good evening, Mayor Lesser and members of the City Council. Masa Alkhair, Community Development Director. The presentation tonight will be done by Justin Urbanski, Associate Planner. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Justin Urbanski, and I'm an Associate Planner here at the City of Manhattan Beach, and I'll be presenting this item on the South Bay Regional Housing Trust. So the South Bay Cities Council of Government, or SBCCOG for short, is a joint powers authority representing Los Angeles County and 16 South Bay cities, including the City of Manhattan Beach. The SBCCOG encourages regional participation and collaboration on matters impacting South Bay residents. The SBCCOG is creating a new joint powers authority to oversee a new housing trust, which will be known as the South Bay Regional Housing Trust, abbreviated as SBRHT. The trust will help fund the construction and development of new affordable housing projects in participating cities. When this PowerPoint was done, there were 6 cities that had confirmed participation in the trust. there are now 7. Those cities were El Segundo, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Lawndale, Rancho Palos Verdes, and Redondo Beach. And because at least 4 cities have joined the trust will be formed. The stated purpose of the new housing trust is to receive and leverage public and private funding for housing of all types and tenures for extremely low, very low, and low-income households. The trust aims to provide flexible funding sources for qualifying developments and strategic guidance and technical assistance on funding-related matters. Funding for the trust will stem primarily from Measure A and agency matching funds. The SBCCOG is currently receiving $7.3 million in Measure A funds, which the agency must utilize for housing and prevention funding. In addition to these Measure A funds, the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency will also provide matching funds of around $7 million. The Housing Trust will distribute these funds to housing developments that are financially supported by participating cities through loans. Loans are advantageous to the trust as they can provide revenue generation, and housing developers often prefer receiving loans over other funding sources. The existing SBCCOG is limited to only providing grants and rental and operating subsidies, which limits its revenue-generating opportunities. The City of Manhattan Beach currently has over 309 affordable housing units that are either in construction, in building plan check, or in preliminary review. These deed-restricted affordable units are part of private density bonus developments that do not receive financial support from the city, thus making them ineligible for trust funding. City staff does not anticipate seeing future housing developments that would qualify for trust funding. The large number of affordable deed-restricted units in the city is anticipated to present challenges for city staff. The first number of these affordable units that are currently under construction are expected to be completed later this year, most likely in fall. And when they are, the administration and monitoring of these units will create new challenges for the city. Administering and monitoring deed-restricted affordable housing units requires specialized expertise, a large amount of staff time and money. The city has requested that affordable housing administration and monitoring services be added into the new Joint Powers Authority that will be overseeing this trust. However, such services have not yet been added. City staff believes that such services being added would benefit not only the City of Manhattan Beach, but numerous cities in the South Bay that are facing similar challenges in monitoring and administering affordable housing units. Some of the anticipated service needs related to the administering and monitoring of deed-restricted affordable units include developing affordable housing program guidelines, tenant selections and expectations, facilitating outreach and marketing of the affordable units, creating a day-to-day monitoring and compliance program, and finally, creating an online portal for program administration. These service needs will be processed by the city regardless of whether they're included in the new Joint Powers Authority. I'm sorry, they will need to be processed by the city. City staff are recommending that the City Council opts out of joining the South Bay Regional Housing Trust at this time. It should be noted that the city can reconsider joining in the future if an affordable housing administration and monitoring program is added. Finally, city staff have also provided 2 policy alternatives for City Council to consider. First, the city could join the Housing Trust and advocate for an affordable housing and administrative and monitoring program from within. And second, the city could pursue establishing a separate Joint Powers Authority strictly for affordable housing, administering, and monitoring services. So with that, this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time, and there are also members of the SBCCOG that are here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
And they also have a presentation, which I don't know if we'll do now. We'll take questions.
Let me turn to staff if there's a desire to give all the presentations before there's council member questions. Councilmember Haworth, I see that you'd like to pose a question. Would you like to wait to see if they have a presentation?
We're going to ask the COG staff to present first.
Okay, so yeah, I can wait till.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, we have Ronson Chu here from the COG staff. And, Jackie.
Yes.
Good evening.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for letting us speak. I want to first, before we go into our presentation, I want to just explain a couple of things that you just heard. First of all, as you know, there will be a trust. 7 cities have joined. And one of the questions we get asked right away is what the cost is. Because of the money we're getting from La Casa, there will be no cost this first year to join the trust. There's also, you can also withdraw whenever you would like with a 90-day notice. But the reason I can only tell you about the first year, as you can probably understand, is there will be a trust board. Each city will have a delegate on the trust board, and they will decide future budgets. So I can't tell you what that will be, but we haven't met a city yet that is looking to pay more money. So we're anticipating it would be, there probably will be a no fee or a very low fee. I understand there's a concern about development in this city, and you've done a wonderful job in trying to respond to the mandates and everything else, but the trust is much more than that. And the fact that you're not going to be building more housing, or don't know if you are, does not mean that the trust won't have things that will benefit the city. Well, as it was mentioned, there are rental subsidies that the trust will be working on. Also, first-time home buyers is another program we've talked about. And there are other programs that people from each city will be recommending. If you're not at the table, you won't be able to do that. So it just suggests that this is the time to get to the table, since we're just going to be starting. The other thing that I would really like to make sure you all know is the trust cannot do anything in a city without that city's consent. We can talk to a developer, but we're never going to come to you and say, oh, we got this great project from a developer. You're going to have to come to the trust and tell us you want us to work with them. So we are your agent. We're not out there building housing where you don't want it to be. And then finally, I think there's some kind of a misunderstanding, because the trust will have to monitor and administer its own housing and the housing in other cities. We also know that there are cities like Rolling Hills Estates that are putting in housing. They don't want city staff to be monitoring and administering this kind of thing either. So the trust has always expected, the staff has always expected that the trust board will want us to monitor and administer. It's not correctly in the Joint Powers Authority, because the Joint Powers Authority just says we will provide technical services to cities. It does not list every single program, but it can be in other documents that the trust will create. So the fact that it's not in the Joint Powers Authority does not mean it's not something the trust would do. Those are the things I wanted to clarify, and with that, I brought with me tonight Ronson Chu, who is our Housing Senior Project Manager, and Grant Henninger, who works for our consultant Civic Home, which is the consultant that has been working on the Housing Trust. So I'm going to turn it over to Ronson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Honorable City Council members. Justin did a great job of laying out what the trust is trying to do. And I kind of just want to ground it and remind folks that really what happened was in 2024, Measure A approved over $1 billion for housing and homelessness. Of that, you can see about $382 million are going to housing production, preservation, and home ownership. And there's about 14 jurisdictions that are eligible for this funding, and the South Bay Council of Governments / Potential Housing Trust is an eligible jurisdiction with $13 million being allocated to us. Of the $13 million, roughly about $7 million of that is for production, ownership, and preservation. The rest of it's going to renter protections, and that's another program we're administering right now, but we can talk about that some other time. So we're already doing the work. We're already getting this money. The money's already sitting in a bank account. Voters have said we want more affordable housing in the South Bay, and so we're already doing the work. The question, I'd like to reframe the question a little bit. It's not whether or not we should have a housing trust or not, but it's really, should we be doing this work out of the COG, which was never set up to do housing, or should we have a housing trust to do the work that the voters want us to do? So that's really the question. And similarly, you have a seat on the COG board, while we just want you to have a seat on the trust board. It's really no different. And this seat is free, and you can opt out at any time. You don't have to pay any dues for the seat. So that's really the question. I'll skip some of these slides because I kind of, and just a reminder about the dues. Our consultants have estimated, and they run housing trusts all throughout Southern California and Orange County, as well as the Gateway Cities COG. They estimate the housing trust would cost about $500,000 annually to administer. We're currently getting from La Casa $1.4 million for just administrative dues. So we have more than enough funding from La Casa to pay for the housing trust administrative costs. And again, that's something we're already doing right now. So nothing's going to change. We're just going to move that activity over to the housing trust. The things that we can't do out of the COG are in red, and the things in blue are things we'd have to outsource. And so really the only things we can do out of the COG are grants and maybe rent and operating subsidies. So we can't do a lot of things without a housing trust. We can't provide affordable housing developers with loans, construction loans. We can't go out and buy properties on behalf of the COG. We can't do master leasing of apartment complexes. And then the home ownership part of it, we'd have to outsource out to a third-party provider because we can't do that out of the COG. So there's a lot of things we can't do right now in a COG environment. But with a housing trust, we can do those things. The one thing we can do, giving out grants, developers actually don't like that because it creates a tax liability. They would actually much prefer a loan, and then they actually like to use those loans to go after federal tax credits. But if we give them a grant, that actually hinders their ability to get federal tax credits. So the one thing we can do out of the COG is something the developers that actually don't like. And this is just a reminder that these housing trusts, they start generating revenue through loans. The San Gabriel Valley one is already getting their first loan repayment back. They started their trust in 2020, and they generate $230,000 a year just in interest generated from the affordable housing projects in their area. I'll bring Grant up, and he can talk about the other things a trust can do other than just production. Some of the things we'll be talking about a little bit too is preservation, but I'll let Grant kind of share.
Thank you, Ronson. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for having me tonight. As Jackie mentioned, I'm with Civic Home. We're the consultant that the COG hired to help set up this trust. I have set up a number of trusts throughout Southern California, and I help run a couple of them, including the Gateway Cities Housing Trust, and currently working with the West Side Cities COG to set up a trust there. And there are a number of different programs and services that these trusts offer to their member cities. Obviously, the big one is lending to affordable housing developers and helping in the construction of affordable housing. There will be many millions of dollars flowing into the region for that purpose, but that's not the only thing that a trust can do. And it's not the only thing other trusts are doing. So in one of those slides that Ronson kind of breezed through, we saw that there were really two different tranches of this production, preservation, and ownership money. The larger one is for new construction, but the smaller one is what is called flexible by La Casa, and it is for kind of everything else, for home ownership, for preservation of existing affordable housing, for first-time home buyer assistance, and these types of programs, I think every city would like to see in their city. Everybody wants to be able to, help people purchase their first home, They want to ensure that renters aren't displaced from their homes, longtime residents being displaced because of the development pressures in your city, where existing, maybe sometimes less expensive apartment buildings are being purchased, bulldozed, and new construction replacing it. That type of preservation of being able to ensure that those older apartment buildings stay there, and that those tenants are able to stay in their homes, that's the type of program that a trust can help with as well. And we will have funding for that type of program. One of the things that it has been mentioned, this is a brand new trust. It has not had its first board meeting yet, and there's a lot of decisions that will need to go into setting this up at the beginning. And decisions as simple as, how is this trust going to be staffed? And that will have a huge impact on what the trust does in the future. And it will constrain kind of the changes that can happen in the trust later on. And so by kind of taking a seat at the table right at the beginning, gives the city more of a voice in how the trust develops over time. And kind of having heard what city staff really wants from the trust, this program of administering affordable housing and administering the density bonus units that are already coming to the city. I don't know of another trust that is doing that, and that really excites me, that this is a new type of program that trusts can offer to cities. And looking around, I think that there's a lot of cities across Southern California that could benefit from such a program. And I would love to have your city's leadership in helping design such a program, that then I can take all their great ideas and import them into other trusts throughout Southern California. I think it's a great idea what the city staff is asking for, and figuring out how to do that, and they're taking their great ideas and their leadership and helping mold that program would be wonderful, I think.
Thank you, Grant. Just really quick, I just want to give some examples of what we're talking about. This is naturally occurring affordable housing. This is an apartment complex for sale in Gardena. It's naturally occurring because if you look at the rents, a 2-bedroom apartment is $19.41 a month. So that is below market. And this is called naturally occurring because for whatever reason, landlords, these mom and pop landlords, they don't care to charge market rate rent. They're happy with their tenants, and they're fine with charging below market rate rents. What happens, though, is companies like Invitation Homes and investors like that who are funded by BlackRock, they're actively in our market buying up these properties, converting them to market rate rent and making a lot of money off of it. In this example, they bought this Gardena house for $4,000, and now they're renting it for $4,000 a month. And they've stated their target is the Western United States in our areas. So with a trust, we can preempt these purchases by going out and purchasing it ourselves. There is actually a Manhattan Beach affordable housing developer in the city that specializes in this type of preservation. I don't know if you remember the Costco housing project in Baldwin Hills where they're building housing on top of the Costco, but that's from a Manhattan Beach developer. It's very innovative, and it's one of the great things that are coming out of preserving affordable housing. And there's a developer in Manhattan Beach that's doing that we're talking to right now. So it's very exciting. And I just want to remind people, no city in the South Bay is immune to the affordable housing crisis. These are evictions in our cities. We've about 2,500 evictions a year. There's about 19 of them in Manhattan Beach. And who will this help, right? We can't forget about the people that this would help. This will help all the essential workers. We're seeing a lot of seniors on fixed income that are being gentrified out of our neighborhoods. They're on Social Security, and the Social Security is a 2 to 3% COLA. Rent inflation has been 5% the past 5 years, and so they're being priced out of their homes. This is very near and dear to my heart because my wife is actually a physician here in Manhattan Beach. She practices at UCLA on Marine and PCH, and her medical assistant is one of the best medical assistants in the UCLA system. But unfortunately, she can't afford her house in Hawthorne anymore. And to the point where me and her, we try to help her find some affordable housing wait lists in the area. But unfortunately, she now has to move outside of the area. And that's unfortunate because she is a great medical assistant, and that's not something you want to lose in the community because they're the ones poking you with the needle. So you want the best essential workers, and you want people to be living in and around Manhattan Beach. So even if you don't build affordable housing in Manhattan Beach, you want that stock around the neighborhood. So just something that I wanted to share because it's just I really learned from that experience about how not having affordable housing really affects even neighborhoods like Manhattan Beach. And then these things don't happen naturally. And just want to remind you, we're talking about 100% affordable. That's all we can spend our money on. So we can't build market rate housing. We can't build luxury condominiums. The trust has to be 100% affordable. And that doesn't happen naturally. That's the amount of production that happens annually. On the red is all the affordable houses. And you can see it's about 10% of all the market rate housing that's being built, which is over 4,000 units in the South Bay. And that's about it. I'll hand it over to Jackie to kind of talk to you about the nuts and bolts of the JPA.
Go back to
We're ready for questions, but I do want to, I don't know where the other one is. There might be another presentation. I don't know where it is. Bronson, if you can find it, or the other one. What I wanted to tell you about is the JPA itself is formed as soon as we get those 4 documents from 4 cities. And so we're planning to have our first meeting on April 23rd. And April 23rd would be, we're planning to meet at 4 o'clock. That would be the first meeting. The reason we're waiting till April, even though we know we have the trust right now, is we want as many cities as are interested to get involved so that everybody's there on the ground floor. We've asked each city to please try to do it by, to make their decision by March 31st. And you've heard a lot about this, but I want you to see that in the mission statement, we do include technical assistance and expanding opportunities. Not necessarily, it's not all just building, but supporting housing choices that throughout our community. The board will be 1 trust board director from each city, with the legislation that created us is requiring 2 housing experts. Those housing experts will be picked by the city managers group. And they can define what that is. It could be, I suppose it could be a community development director, but we will be talking to them, as a matter of fact, tomorrow about picking those 2 housing experts. Other housing trusts are staffed by their council of governments, who then sometimes have a consulting firm, most often have a consulting firm that helps with the nuts and bolts of creating the housing trust. And there also is the opportunity to have an advisory committee. You've heard a lot about this already, but we obviously want to be transparent. We want to really create collaboration. This is your housing trust, and so those first meetings of creating the work program are going to be very, very important. And then it was created by legislation, which I think you know. And once again, we cannot do anything that you don't want us to do in your city. So I think you have this before you. I'm not going to go through it, but we can't levy fees on you. We can't increase your fees. We can't do anything that you don't want us to do. And then, of course, as I said, you can withdraw at any time as long as it's 90 days before the fiscal year. And I think that's all I have. So hopefully we can answer your questions.
Thank you, Jackie. Let me turn it over to council colleagues, see if there's any questions. Councilmember Haworth.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure who this is directed to. Can you guys hear me? I think one of the things that maybe is making it different from Manhattan Beach is that unlike some of the other communities that have public projects, so projects that are being built on public lands, right, surplus public property, ours are all private developments. So I'm trying to figure out how this, works for those private developments. And then also the question, this would be for our staff. So these private developments that are proposed, do we still have to monitor the income requirements for those very low affordable housing units?
So the monitoring question, that's a yes. And
Okay.
that is an ongoing responsibility. So not only will we have to identify qualifying individuals, we would have to verify that they meet the income requirements for the specific types of units. And over time, we would have to continuously monitor the units to make sure that the renters within the units still qualify and that the unit is still being rented out.
So that's on us, not the developers.
That is, I think the responsibility is joint. We would be collecting funds from the developers, but ultimately there will have to be some sort of city involvement
Okay,
in this.
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Shree.
Oh, just wanted to
Yeah.
answer the first part of the
Yes,
question.
thank you.
And then also just to add to Massa's point, that's something the staff at the COG would like to do to help cities with this monitoring. It's, that's what the COG is all about, is when there's something that's expensive for a city to do, and it makes more sense to do it regionally, right? Why not do it regionally? And so that's what we've always been doing, whether it's this or anything else, transportation, anything else. But on the development question, I'll just give you an example. There's a developer that wants to develop something in Redondo Beach with some affordable housing set-asides. But the city's asked me to look into if we can add more family affordable housing units to that development so that it could be more palatable to the city. So those are things that we're looking at doing with the cost of funds. And the cost has said, yes, you can do something like that. It's not easy. It's a little complicated because affordable housing units are just hard to pencil out in general. But we can do that. We can also preempt development. So there's a property for sale, and the city would like to build something else like affordable housing on it. They don't want a luxury condo on it. We can maybe buy that with the housing trust and preempt market rate development too, as a way to preempt all the by right stuff. So like SB 79, the transit-oriented development stuff, if there's a lot there, there's a developer looking at it and you want to preempt that, maybe that's something the housing trust could do in the future to preempt by right development.
Thank you. And before we move on, Councilmember Horwath, any follow-up question? All right. Councilmember Shree.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions, and I'm not sure whoever can answer it, please step up. Hi, Jackie. So does the city give away any power of authority with joining the JPA?
No, as I said, we can't do anything in your city that you don't want us to do. We're not going to do that. And by joining the JPA, you can sit on the board and have input into how the first year's work program and how this trust grows.
Great, thank you. And then the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solution Agency provides $1.4 million in total, or is that an annual allotment?
It's an annual allotment, and there's no sunset clause. So we're in this thing for forever.
Yeah, I see dollar signs, I got to ask questions. So, and then I see that $500,000 annually is the Housing Trust administrative cost would be about $500,000 annually. So that would be paid for by the $1.4 million received by LECHSA?
Yeah, those costs are, we're going to need legal, we're going to need financial experts, and we count, that's an estimate. Obviously, one of the first things the board's going to have to do is come up with a budget, and that would come out of the current La Casa funds we're receiving.
Got you. And I know you've mentioned this a couple of times, but the city, 90 days prior to the fiscal year, the city can walk away with, if they so choose.
Right.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Trunick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for transparency, I am the city's delegate to the COG. Hi, Jackie. Hi, Ronson. I just have a couple of questions. I think one of the concerns that I've had is just, I know that we're thinking about forming it, and fiscally, whether we're obligating the city to an unknown. So that's one of the concerns that I've had. But as what you're explaining today is like we would have a say in whatever the membership dues is going forward after that initial year.
Yeah, the board would have to vote on any future dues. And the other thing I didn't say is that every other trust has been able, unfortunately, we're forming it in a time of reducing government, but San Gabriel Valley started with a $20 million earmark from the state. Other trusts have brought in other money, and that would be a job of the trust to look for other money, so that if we can build the budget with not only these funds, but other funds, then the board won't even have to look very far.
Thank you. One of the things that Ronson brought up was about just developing housing. The thing I'm excited about is the possibility of doing workforce housing, which is kind of what you've described. With the Housing Trust, would we be able to do that, work with entities, nonprofit, whatever organizations, to build workforce housing?
Yeah, so the workforce housing definition is 60% area median income to about 120% area median income. Right now, the Housing Trust legislation is up to 80% area median income. Just so people know, that's $80,000 a year for one person and about $120,000 a year for a family of 4. So that's where we live. And so that is in the workforce area. We're currently talking to Sacramento to increase the Housing Trust capabilities to about the 120% area median income. So that would hit more teachers, more firefighters, more police officers, things like that. So that's definitely something we'd like to do. All of the cities that have joined the trust have expressed interest in more workforce housing. And so that's definitely something I think everyone's interested in.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. City Manager Mirzakhanian, I know that we'd had a conversation many, many months ago with regards to the first density project on High Rose, that there's going to be 6 affordable housing units on that. And I asked, how are we going to monitor the fact that they are truly, there's guidelines that those potential renters have to adhere to? And how are we going to manage that? So do we have anything planned right now?
So if we would not leave it to the developer, because particularly now with many more in the pipeline, the city is going to want to retain some level of control over that monitoring and certification process to ensure that all the qualification criteria are being met. Now, different cities approach this in different ways. There are larger cities who actually have affordable housing departments who do this day in and day out. There are other cities who farm this out to a consultant, for example, and that's mostly because typically city staff, unless you have an affordable housing department, you are not necessarily trained in the very nuanced and complex affordable housing certification process. And so we are at this point considering how are we going to do this as a city, considering the number that are coming on board. Are we going the consultant route? These are the discussions we're having right now.
Okay, so our pipeline is when High Rose is finished, we'll have 6 units. It doesn't look like anything's going to come online in 2027.
We have a project on Artesia as well. It's one affordable unit, but there's one on Artesia as well.
Okay, so one affordable unit. Okay, has that started?
Yes, it's under construction.
Okay, is it a conversion or is it a brand new?
Brand new.
Okay, so all right, so we'll have 7. Then after that, it's going to be a while, it would seem. Even if they were to break ground today, it would take them a couple of years.
It'll take some time, yes.
Right. Okay. So we had spent some time talking about developer fees and the like. Would there be a category of those developer fees that would cover that expense of monitoring for the
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Adam Feinstein, Planning Manager. As part of the user fee study that we did, that was adopted last year, we did include a fee in that for monitoring services that is tied to a consultant cost. So we had an anticipation that ultimately we likely would wind up finding a consultant that would be able to provide these services. And by putting it into the fee schedule last year when we did that, that fee can be passed on to the developer. It wouldn't cover the entirety of creating an administration and monitoring program, but it could offset the per unit costs.
Okay. Not getting too far into the weeds, but how do they do income verification and what gets counted, what doesn't, for the people who are going to rent? So we want to make sure it truly gets to the people who need the assistance.
Yeah, no, that is a very sort of laborious and time-consuming process, but there are income guidelines put out by Los Angeles County. The qualifying households have to stay under that income level for, if it's very low, the very low level, or the low level, or the moderate level. So they have to stay below those income levels. You go through the process of reviewing their, salary statements and paychecks as part of the process, and checking any assets. But the fine-grained technical details of that have to be worked out before you start applying it.
Okay, great. And just to be clear, right now we have 0 units that we're monitoring.
Hyros will be the first units when they come online.
Okay, great. Thank you. No more questions.
Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Masa. If you can stay up, thank you. So question would be, I know we're always scrambling for limited resources. What kind of impact would this have on resources from community development, being that subject matter experts would be chosen by city managers? And I know we have a couple here that I'm impressed with in our city. So how would joining this JPA take away from our resources that are already strained?
Joining the JPA,
or if we were to join?
I think the ask has been, we just wanted some sort of certainty from the COG that they would be able to include this function as part of the trust, because we know that this is a need for not only our city, but for other cities in the region. So as they said in their presentation, I mean, shared expertise is something that the COG has. So I think what we're asking is, can this be a task that can be done by the COG? So I mean, from a resource standpoint, it would be great if the COG was willing to do this, because if we don't do this, we're going to be in the boat as a lot of other cities, having to build something from the ground up as an individual city, which will be a lot more expensive, and we'll have to go through all the mistakes ourselves as a city instead of having a sort of joint approach to this, and that's the ask.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear, so thank you.
Thank you. Question for you, Jackie. Jackie, I want to thank you for your leadership, and more particularly to the COG, for identifying issues that are important to our entire region, including Manhattan Beach. We're a part of this larger region, and I've appreciated how you've been, over the years, looking for issues of common importance. But I do have a question. I heard that this seat that we would have would be free, but in my reading of Section 7C of the JPA, it does indicate that there would be an annual contribution and an assessment. So is this truly a free sort of seat, or might there be some assessments?
Well, as I said, I'm not going to be on the trust board myself, but what we are assuming, we're doing a budget now for the first year of the trust, and we are assuming that because we get this $500,000, we should be able to cover all first-year costs. The board will have to vote on subsequent budgets. So what the JPA document does is give them the ability to make that more than zero. When we start, it's going to be zero.
Also, just to reiterate, if we wanted to join at a later time, if we find that we have other priorities with our limited staff that we just aren't able to join now, we will have that ability to join later, correct?
Yes, you can join at any time, but as I said, the beginning is when we're going to decide things like how we're going to do the income verification, all those kinds of things.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Howard?
Yes, and I think this is going to be for Jackie. It seems, okay, so in this first year, you're predicting the budget to be zero because you'll be getting, but the funding from Measure A is ongoing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so is it only the matching funds you're using to fund the actual operations? No. So it could be.
I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. We're going to have this money every year.
Yeah.
And it's just whether the trust board decides to go over $500,000.
That's right. The trust could decide. Yeah. Okay. And I believe also, I just want to be sure, it's joining the JPA, the Housing Trust, that, it's now no longer the COG. I mean, if we join the trust, it's something separate than the COG, but we're a JPA.
It's two different JPAs. You're now in two different JPAs.
Three, actually, because we're also in Clean Power. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know about your other ones, but for us.
So many other JPAs, so many initials. Okay, so, but also, joining the JPA actually is that staff intent? I don't think that's staff intent. I think I actually need to ask my city manager or Masa. Sorry, that this is difficult to direct because, I mean, there's been a couple of things mentioned that, well, if this is laborious for staff, but joining the housing trust would actually be helpful because and the person, if we sit on the housing trust in the beginning, we could say, we want this function as part of the JPA, correct?
Yes, that was one of the policy alternatives that we put up. That was the first policy
Right.
alternative. If we wanted to advocate as a member of the Housing Trust, as sort of an original member, that is one option that the city could take.
Okay, and I think I need Jackie again, sorry. And so one of the reasons it's not in there now is because some of the larger agencies have a housing authority, so they have people that can do this for them. But as you're saying, when the report was printed, there were 6 cities, now there's 7 cities. And so if a city like Hermosa or Rolling Hills or the smaller cities join, then that would be even more argument for having, that function be taken over by the housing trust.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I know we haven't been to every city we've been to has joined, right? So we haven't been to Rolling Hills Estates yet, but I know that they have talked about the fact they don't want to create a department for the few units that they're going to have.
And we know that we're not talking about creating a department, but we would have to probably hire consultants. So we're talking about hiring consultants, which would then come out of our general, now that this is now for my colleagues or for staff, sorry, Jackie. If we don't join the trust, we would have to hire consultants, which we would then pay for, which we're not going to then get reimbursed for. But if we join the trust, that would, right. So what,
Correct. However,
Correct.
we have been asking for confirmation that this would be one of the things that we could do with the money. So if we did join the trust, we would be able to push for that.
We would push for that.
Correct.
If they said, no, we're not going to do this, then we could leave.
Correct.
So we could leave. So we're taking, the risk, if we join, we have a higher probably potential of making this a function of the trust. And then we can leave. So, and there was something else I was going to ask you, Masa. I'm sorry, Director Alkire. I think I was just saying, what am I missing? Am I missing anything else? Please, Ronson. That's who I was trying to figure out.
I just want to clarify, we have to do it anyways, because
Right.
if we build affordable housing without, outside Manhattan Beach, we have to monitor and administer those units. So we're going to do it. It's just a matter of.
Even if we do it, you have to do it?
For other units that we build,
right? Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand
and so it would make sense to just do it for all the cities at that point.
Well, I hope you can convince the board. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I'm now confused. I need to ask the city manager clarification. I thought our obligation with regard to our privately developed multi-tenant residential properties need to be monitored, and we as cities, under state law, need to monitor the affordable units. Is that correct?
That is, I don't think it's an obligation under state law.
We would have an obligation to monitor them, but we could come up with the mechanism to monitor them. If it happened through the housing trust, that's fine, as long as it's occurring.
They could do it.
But I'm just trying to confirm that we're not going to have 2 entities that would be monitoring, but the whole thought would be just one.
One entity, yes.
Right. Thank you. Any other council member questions at this point? Seeing none, I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Thank you, Melissa.
Just to be clear, I'm speaking now as a resident, not in my capacity as the general counsel to the COG. You know better than anyone in this room that housing and compliance with state housing requirements has been a vexing issue in this community. It's been vexing for the city council. In that regard, I just think the staff recommendation is short-sighted, and I don't really get it. Why do you want to rely solely on these by-right projects with density bonuses over which you have no control and no discretion, and which provide 20% of affordable housing and 80% market rate housing, which we don't really need, and will not necessarily advance very far our obligation to meet our affordable housing arena requirements? I don't see why you'd want to do that. How many times have you heard people in this community say their kids can't afford to buy property, buy homes in this community? All the time. This is an opportunity to use public funds, Prop A funds, for first-time homebuyer programs. There's a lot that makes sense here. And so I really think you ought to consider joining it and not be late to the party, not be so cautious to wait, but to do it now, to join. And I would also encourage you to form a resident task force on housing, which could do a deep dive into how we can utilize the housing trust and other mechanisms to satisfy our state legal requirements in a more creative and less impactful way than is contemplated by our housing element. This would be a significant step showing that our community takes housing obligations seriously, yet in a way that makes more sense than how the current by-right proposed multifamily projects are playing out, as Mr. Yanofsky said during his public comment. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Rita Crabtree-Kumpa, lots of years a resident. I just want to speak out in approval of joining this. As I sat there listening to, well, we would have to hire consultants, you know, my head almost burst open. Like, how much money are we going to pay consultants? We can join this for free, but you can be at the table right away, and you can help impact the decisions and the way this trust is going to move forward and how it's going to advance. We have a housing element requirement that also makes my head pop. So you're going to go 7 to 10% at a time. You're going to have to build 11,000 units to eventually meet our housing element. How many people in this room say, I want the policemen, I want my teachers, I want my hospitality members to live in our city? Why aren't they living here? Because they can't afford it. My children can't afford it. Let's make it affordable. Let's work with an agency that's willing to work with us, not to rake in the $1 million for their housing, but rather to address the issues of the affordability crisis in real time. So get to the table, say yes to this. We need to say yes now. I agree, don't be cautious. Let's jump in. We've been talking about housing for years and years, and you will have some control. Be at the table so that you can say, hey, Manhattan Beach wants to prioritize who goes into that housing. Be at the table so you can say, maybe there's a property coming up, buy that property, and let's build a 100% affordable for our residents and the employees that work here. Thank you.
Other members of the public that would care to address this?
If you look at the majority of Manhattan Beach residents, they don't want these big high-rise buildings coming in. And the only reason why the builders are putting in the affordable is so they can go well beyond our local zone. People are very upset over that. If you listen to some of the examples these guys are talking about, you have these mom and pop owners of apartment buildings, they've been renting below market rents forever because they like their tenants. But when they have to sell the properties, they can't sell them for fair market value because all the rents are below, and therefore the BlackRocks of the world swoop in there. So these people actually got penalized for offering below market rents to people they liked. So they're being forced by that. Now let's say you have a family member that owns, some rental properties, they die. Prop 19 kicks in if they've owned those properties 30, 40 years. Now the property taxes will just eclipse what the rents are. They'll be so much higher than what, you know, the below market rents were for the properties. So people are being punished. And to me personally, the ultimate rent control is ownership, because your payment stays the same. It never goes up. And so what you're doing is you're encouraging people to not save up and buy. Or they could buy their first house in Manhattan Beach? Most likely not. They're going to buy it somewhere else, fix it up, you know, and then sell it and fix it up. And, you know, you do that. That's what I did with my first house. I bought my first house. It was a dump, fixed it up, sold it, bought another one, and I ended up here. So we've got to create systems that work for us and work for our community. But bringing in all these developers and bringing these super tall buildings is not what people want in Manhattan Beach and in a lot of the communities in the South Bay. Thank you.
Any other members of the public care to address this item in chamber? Seeing none. Martha, anybody on Zoom that care to address this item?
No request on Zoom.
In which case, I'll close public comment. Council, I see Councilmember Tarnay. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for working on this. I know that from my conversations with you and with all of you and reading the staff report, I know that you were proceeding with caution because this is something new. But as I read earlier in my statement about this year, it's a year to be bold and be courageous and try to forge forward and try something new. And in listening to the representatives from the COG, I feel pretty confident that we want a seat at this table. We want to be able to direct the way that the housing trust proceeds. We can all acknowledge that we have a housing crisis on our hands in the state of California, and the JPA, joining this JPA to me sounds like it's a good way to move forward and be a part of the solution and figure out what we need to do to bring in affordable housing and build it in the way that makes sense for our community. And by having a seat at the table, I think we can direct those conversations. So I will be supporting it, and I actually have a motion on the floor to, should I state the motion now or should I wait?
You're welcome to state
it. Okay. My motion is to join the Housing Trust JPA.
Great, and I do see that motion has been seconded by Councilmember Sherrillian. Councilmember Howard?
Yeah, great. I'll be supporting the motion. I wanted to say that I thought one of the speakers had a great idea about the resident housing task force, which I know we'll talk about it. Can we talk about it now, or do we talk about it at the end of the meeting for a future agenda item? Or probably need to talk about a future agenda item because I want to know what it entails. Because I'll tell you why. I think some of you know that I'm one of those dreaded consultants in other agencies. And several of the communities I work with up in Northern California, and they're very similar communities to this one, have these resident housing task forces. And it's exactly what I think Ray was talking about, where you are encouraging, some of the apartment owners and some of the current stock that we have and looking for solutions so that it's not just developer driven. And it's really very, very different. And a lot of those communities do have a lot of extra public land, so I won't say that it's just, one size fits all, but it's something I think we should explore. So I just wanted to bring that up, but I will be supporting the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report, and thank you, COG. Appreciate all that you do. You heard me ask questions about when these units are going to come online, and there's going to be 7 by the end of this year or going into next year. At this point, it's our responsibility as a city to make sure that these go to people who need to help and get into affordable housing. I would recommend that we actually do the management of that ourselves and to learn what goes into it. I don't think it's duplicating a lot of effort. It's knowing, hey, these people were granted a density bonus. They had to give up units to affordable housing. Let's go ahead. I don't want to leave that to the developer. to do. I would like to see the city do it. I want us to get into this market, sort of dip our toe into the pool, as they say. I don't think we're sacrificing much as far as not joining, the COG right away. The first year's for free. But we really want to get a good understanding of the need. We heard, and I hear it also as well, about our children cannot afford to live here. But how about the other people who help us so much? The school teachers, the public safety, firemen, policemen, the workers, in the grocery store, in the restaurants, and the like. They should have an opportunity as well to live near where they work. So I want to sort of get a sense of what the fabric of Manhattan Beach is going to be like before we turn it over to somebody. I'm sure they would be, there's expertise. Landlords, let me tell you, I was in, commercial real estate, and landlords do seek out public assistance financing. It's a guaranteed check. So it's not a bad thing. And they're not bad tenants because they're aspirational tenants. If they do well here, their credit report is going to reflect it, so that when they want to go to get another different, maybe non-subsidized apartment, they're going to have an excellent credit rating because they made their rents on time. But these units are going to be a great resource for the city of Manhattan Beach. I can see where there's value in what the COG is doing, but I'm hearing it's not formed yet. We don't know what the price is going to be, this, that, and the other. There's no harm in waiting. So I would recommend that we, just like the staff recommend. Staff does not recommend joining the SBRHT at this time. Should such a program be incorporated into their functions at a later date, the city could reconsider joining at that time.
Can we call for the question? Oh, there's
I can make very
comments.
brief comments, and that is, I came into this meeting skeptical. I came into this meeting skeptical because of our staff having all kinds of items on their plate. We're going to have a work plan meeting coming up, and we're going to have to decide items that we're going to have to take off because there's too many tasks for our staff to do. And to add one more obligation, particularly at the formation of this trust, we should not underestimate what the time requirement that would be. I also just wonder where within our 4 square miles we're going to potentially have affordable housing sites here. On the other hand, we are part of a larger region. I personally, and I know all members of council, are in favor of finding affordable housing sites and want to support the cultivation of that type of parcel. So I will be supporting it. Is there any other council member who has a question? Call for the question.
Motion passes 4-1. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin voting no.
Before we move on to 13, are we ready to keep going?
Okay. Sure. No little break? Like a
Short break.
little teeny
Let's
tiny.
take a short break of 5 minutes. Thank you. Stand in recess.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
What? What's the score now?
Colleagues?
5-0.
Wait, it says, can we go live?
5-0.
Recording. Okay.
Good.
We can have order in the chamber. We will return from recess and now move on to item number 13, which is consideration of a resolution awarding a 3-year agreement for parking pay stations and mobile parking payment systems services to ParkMobile LLC in an amount not to exceed $2,428,310.
How much we're doing here?
Good afternoon, Mayor Lesser, members of the City Council. I'm Joe DeFrancesco. I'm your interim Public Works Director. And tonight, our Senior Management Analyst in Public Works, Nikki Petroff, will be providing the presentation.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Petroff, Public Works Senior Management Analyst. I will be giving the presentation, but in chambers, we also have our consultant with Dixon Resources Unlimited, and we also have ParkMobile here to address any questions if we get to that point. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is the first procurement implementing the city's adopted parking technology roadmap. This agreement represents the initial phase of transitioning the city from an aging single-space meter system to a modern pay-by-plate parking technology platform as directed by City Council. The total agreement, on April 15th, 2015, the City Council approved moving forward with the parking technology roadmap prepared by the city's parking consultant, Dixon. The roadmap evaluated the city's existing parking system, which currently consists of approximately 1,200 single-space meters and 12 older model pay stations. As documented in this roadmap, these systems are nearing the end of their useful life and are increasingly costly to maintain and have led to ongoing service and reliability challenges. The roadmap recommends that the city transition to pay station-only platform using pay-by-play technology, procure a mobile payment application and text-to-pay solution, integrate enforcement through license plate recognition, and modernize signage and branding. The agreement before you tonight implements the first and foundational component of the plan, procurement of pay-by-plate pay stations and mobile payment services. The total agreement is not to exceed $2.4 million. Sufficient funds have been budgeted within the parking fund. The cost of breakdown includes, as indicated on this slide, the initial capital purchase of just over $895,410, along with the ongoing fees, with year one being at $247,000 and the subsequent years at $289,000. We've also identified that $25,000 a year for operational needs are to be included. With respect to transaction fees, customers paying at the physical pay stations will not incur credit card processing fees or gateway fees from ParkMobile, except for the optional text receipt feature. Because the city serves as the merchant of record for pay station transactions, credit card processing costs are absorbed by the city and are not passed on to customers. Customers who choose to pay through the mobile application are subject to convenience fees. These include 35 cents per mobile transaction, 35 cents per the text-to-pay transaction, 35 cents to extend by text, and 5 cents for text receipts. Passing mobile convenience fees through to customers aligns with the roadmap's cost recovery approach by ensuring optional digital convenience services are funded by the users who choose them. On August 18, 2025, staff issued an RFP for pay stations and mobile payment services. The city received 8 proposals, one of which was disqualified for not meeting the minimum qualification. Public Works assembled a 10-member evaluation committee, including representatives from Finance, Public Works, IT, parking enforcement, and community development. Each proposal was evaluated on qualifications and demonstrated municipal experience, technical capability, system functionality, integration and enforcement systems, references, and cost. Top-ranked vendors were invited to participate in interviews and live demonstrations. Each committee member independently scored the demonstrations using a standardized rubric. Reference checks were conducted and final scores were averaged. Following completion of the evaluation process, ParkMobile received the highest overall score and was determined to provide the most advantageous proposal to the city based on reliability, ease of use, integration capability, and overall value. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Give me a second. The contract award will initiate the formal design and implementation phase of the project. As part of the implementation, staff will establish the specific placement of each pay station in accordance with the sitting methodology outlined in the adopted parking technology roadmap. The roadmap establishes spacing standards based on block configuration and stall counts. For example, one pay station typically serves 8 to 10 parcels, or 15 to 20 angled or perpendicular spaces, with additional stations added where stall counts exceed those thresholds. Placement is centered along the block and designed so customers do not need to cross traffic to access a pay station. This methodology was developed to balance ADA accessibility, operational efficiency, and overall cost. It is also important to note that the pay stations will not be the only payment option available. For the first time, the city will offer a mobile application and text-to-pay options. These digital platforms significantly reduce reliance on physical equipment, allowing customers to initiate and manage payments directly from their phones. In practice, this means that while pay stations are strategically spaced to remain convenient, most customers will not need to walk to a pay station at all. The addition of mobile payment options is intended to address potential concerns related to walking distance, queuing, while maintaining coin-accessible stations for customers who prefer or require that option. Installation of pay stations will not proceed until the coastal development permit is approved. For public outreach and customer education, this will occur before implementation through signage, branding, and communication efforts, consistent with the roadmap's emphasis on clear signage and cohesive parking branding. This slide includes a photo of the pay stations. They are Flowbird, and they have, you can see the screen on there, and it shows all of the different options that they have. In addition to paying at the pay station, ParkMobile is the one who actually does the mobile payment options through wallet or pay by web, pay by app. In summary, this agreement represents the first implementation step of the council-approved parking technology roadmap. It transitions the city away from aging single-space meters towards a modern integrated pay-by-play parking system supported by mobile and text payment options. Staff recommends that City Council adopt Resolution Number 260017, awarding a 3-year agreement with ParkMobile LLC for the purchase, installation, and operation of parking pay stations and mobile parking payment system services in an amount not to exceed $2,428,310. Additionally, to authorize the city manager to execute the agreements and any necessary amendments, including exercising up to 2 additional 1-year extensions if deemed in the city's best interest. That concludes my presentation. I will take any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Sharia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. It's been many years, even as the former finance director. I know we were trying to roll this out years and years ago, but other things happened to get to where we are today. So I appreciate this finally coming here. Slide 7, it says installation rollout expected fall of 2026. So for February, March of 2026, when you're doing planning and coordination, do they still have to build these kiosks? What is it that's going to take, I guess, so much time between March and fall to me being September?
Thank you for that question.
Peter McDonald, Dixon Resources, very happy to be back, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council. Manufacturing over 100 plus units, yeah, generally will take 4 to 6 months.
So these have to be still manufactured?
Correct.
Once the contract's approved, if the contract's approved?
Yes, and the vendor is confident in the timeline for a fall install, so.
Got you.
Kind of
In your opinion, would this be like the maximum date, or is it a reasonable target on the target board?
I think it's a perfectly reasonable target.
Thank
I
you.
feel comfortable.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Oh, yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of, first of all, staff, thank you. I'm looking forward to this too. Goodbye meters, hello, 21st century. I really would have appreciated a good clear shot of the screen to kind of see is there any way that we can get that displayed either via a website or anything?
The only image that is available is this one on the slide, but you'd have to really zoom. I don't have anything with me right now.
Okay.
But Flowbird is the brand.
Yeah.
We
don't have it deployed, right?
Yes.
So we do have it deployed somewhere in town?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Because a concern I just had is, the ones that we got for Lot 3, for example, is I find when you add time, it's built with, the minutes that it's talked about is within this paragraph of instructions. And it's just very hard, especially with glare of the sun and everything like that, to see where that was. So I wanted to see if that had a clearer picture of when I press the plus button there's how many minutes I'm getting.
So Mayor Pro Tem, what I can say is that the committee looked at 3 different pay stations with those types of considerations in mind.
Yes.
That's great. So they, from the same exact lens as a user, looked at each pay station. This one was selected based on the user experience and exactly what you said. Being able to add time quickly, be able to see everything on the screen.
Okay. And eventually people will get the app
Yeah.
loaded on their phone, and then, as you say, you don't even have to stop at the kiosk.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I know you have to plan for average height and the like, but I found myself really stooping down.
Yeah, and I think that I understand that concern as well. And I think just based on these being in the sun, in some situations it might be different. These screens are color.
Okay, and last question, foreign languages, have we come to that point yet? Because I see a lot on the streets, and they're trying to make sense of the meters that we have now, so just
The system is completely customizable to really whatever, there really isn't much that it can't do. So it would just be what the city is looking to have.
Would that look like, press this for German, press this for Spanish?
That's a great
Right.
question. ParkMobile, would you mind answering that for me?
Because we are an international city.
We are. This is Thomas with ParkMobile.
Hi.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
See, he would have to bend over.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a humble brag, Joe.
Whereas some of us might have to get on a stool.
ADA compliant.
Humble brag,
Right.
humble
There's a
brag.
button that could be configured on the screen that you could select, a language button, and then you can select a drop down of however many languages the city deems necessary. Or the main screen could even just have English, Spanish, German written right on it. However the city wants to have it configured, the system can do it.
Okay. Chamber of Commerce, how many do you want?
We'll have to do some research.
Okay, great. All right.
Similarly, the mobile app has over 22 languages available, and through the web browser, it can automatically be translated into the user's preferred language that their phone is set to. So got all that covered.
Okay, and it is license plate dependent, right? So that if I put in 2 hours and I leave after an hour, there's no hour credit there, so some lucky person could pull in if they happen to know, because they have to have their license plate put in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yes, so they would have to pay as well because they're moving into the spot. The spot isn't just a meter that's paid, it's by license plate. So unless they somehow have the exact same license plate as the person in there before them, they would have to pay.
They'd be committing fraud anyway.
There goes that dopamine rush.
That's right.
50 cents. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. First, for the representative from the company, just to confirm, what is the resiliency to ocean, air? What is the warranty on these devices that's applicable to this contract?
So the standard warranty is 1 year, and then there's an extended warranty option available after that 1 year. In regards to ocean, sea breeze, the environment, we have these located all up and down the Pacific coast. In Ventura, we have them in the city of San Luis Obispo, and machines that have been there for decades, 10 years plus, that are still operational with no decay. It's all stainless steel housing all around it, no plastic pieces on the outside. So everything is very reliable.
The anticipated useful life then is how long?
We typically recommend around 10 to 14 years for these machines. We see some machines still operational for longer, but that's our standard recommendation.
Great, thank you. Nicole, question for you. The whole point of the system is to facilitate those using their mobile device and just their vehicle without relying on the pay kiosks. However, the scope of work calls for 130 to 140 of these kiosks. In terms of where they're going to be placed, that is not an item that's coming back to council or for public comment. Is that correct?
Correct. So not at the moment. Right now, the placement is dependent on a few different things. One is ADA compliance, and then just, how did I list it? I want to make sure I'm saying it the way that I have it. But ADA compliance is one of the large ones. Operational efficiency, our guys are the ones who, city staff goes there, and they are the ones who are maintaining them, collecting them, and just the overall cost. We're starting at 130 to 140, but depending on the mobile buy-in, there may be some areas where we do realize the need to remove a pay station, or maybe find an area where we would need to put a pay station in.
All of them are going to go in the public right-of-way.
That is correct.
I'm just thinking through prior discussions that council has had about outdoor dining, about just use of the sidewalk, ADA compliance, as was referenced in your presentation, and just worried, frankly, about the number of pay stations that will need to be installed, particularly in congested areas like our downtown as well as our north end.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few quick questions. Can you help me walk through the transaction fees?
Yeah.
Just so that I can understand. It seems like there are potentially a lot of fees to use this service.
So I would like to confirm, to let you guys know that the fees are convenience fees, and they are associated with the mobile payment portion.
Okay.
So if you're actually going to the pay station, the exception, if you select text receipt, you are not going to be charged any fees. These fees are only part of this convenience, because the mobile app is considered convenience.
Oh, so if I go to the pay station and I pay for it, I just pay the meter price?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then to extend it, I see that there's a 35-cent per extension use, extend by text. So if I was parking and I paid an hour and I decided I only need another 10 minutes, that's 35 cents. And then if I do it again, it's another 35 cents?
If you're doing it from your phone, yes. But if you do decide, you know what, I'm just going to run out to the meter and add it there, you will not be charged.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Howard.
Yeah, following up on your questions, Mr. Mayor, I assume that the parking meters that are there are going to be removed.
Yes.
So that right now there's 1,275 meters plus 12 pay stations that are at the end of their useful life, I believe. So those are going to be removed and replaced with around 130 of these pay stations. And some of those pay stations will not necessarily be on the sidewalk. They could be like, maybe they'll be in Metlocks or they'll be in parking lots, so they're not going to be taking up, they're not all going to be on a sidewalk or whatnot.
Yes, there is plans on how those are located.
But in terms of, but there's going to be quite a lot of space created by taking out those parking meters, because while they're only, however, what the diameter of the pipe is, that takes away from that whole usable space. So those are going to be gone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it. Councilmember Sherrill?
Sorry, but you asked such good questions, Mayor. I got to follow up on one of the things you asked. On slide 10, on the Flowbird image, and I might have missed this, whether it was in the staff report, I apologize if I did, but is there still an option to pay by cash?
Coin, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilmember Charney.
Okay, sorry, I did remember about the zone. I remember a previous discussion, we were talking about different zones. So say in one geographical area, it's zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, so that if I were to park in zone 1 and it's 2 hours and I get to that limit, can I move to zone 2 and park for another 2 hours?
As long as you move zones, yes.
As long as you move zone,
Yes.
okay. All right.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yes, just one other question is, everybody's asking about it. My phone is blowing up and everything is, can we make allowances for the holiday parking forgiveness?
Yeah, so it's the same concept. The actual machine can just say that, parking is free. You can put whatever messaging that you need to. It's digital bagging is what it's called. So you can do the same thing. We could put, if you guys so choose, put bags on them.
Yes.
If that's what we're looking for. We can do that.
You read my mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Was that the end of your question?
Yes.
Because I will say, in all seriousness, I am the council liaison to the Downtown Business Association. There's something psychologically significant about the red bags, and that make you, I can shop now. I need that excuse, and so I would suggest that we do consider big old red bags.
Or a big red bow.
No, not enough.
No,
Need a
not
bag.
enough? Okay.
But I
would weigh into this weighty debate.
No, don't get into that. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other council member questions before we open this up for public discussion? Seeing none, we'll open this item up for public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jill Lampkin, Chamber of Commerce. I have some questions following up on Councilmember Tarnay's questions about the mobile services. As I was doing the math in my head, and Steve, I'm not as good at that as you are, but it sounded to me like that was going to be $1.05 per transaction to use it digitally. Can someone answer that? That's my first question. Second question is, how will that show up on a credit card statement? Because we get lots of calls about, so if you're going to get the bill and it shows up as the city of Manhattan Beach for the parking portion, and then there would be a separate line item for the digital fees, that's going to cause some confusion. Will that fee show up on your phone as you're doing it? Will it tell you that that's a fee? Like, I just have a lot of questions about, our parking's already expensive, and if we start adding on things, if it's all built in, they never notice and no one ever says anything. But if they start getting separate charges for things, that's when we all start getting questions. Why do I have this bill for $3 and then another $5 for a transaction fee? So if we could get some of those questions answered, it would help me a lot. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other members of the public care to address this item in chambers? Seeing none, Martha, is there anybody on Zoom that care to address this item?
Yes, we have Heather Kim.
Yes, going back to the fees, I don't think we should be charging all these extra fees. 5 cents to get a receipt to prove that I paid, and 35 cents, and it's too much. I have been to various different parking lots where in different cities I don't recall a single one where I've had to use, and I was able to extend the time from my phone. I have not ever paid a fee for that. And so maybe I've just been really lucky and I've gone to poor neighborhoods only. Maybe this is unique to our town, I don't know. But I think that it would be, quite honestly, a very, what's that word? It's not a good thing, especially when we have lots of tourists who come, and they're not all wealthy people. There's a lot of local communities around here that frequent our beach, and to be a welcoming community starts with not nickel and diming every person that comes into our town. It's a bad look. It leaves a bad taste. I've just never encountered it before, and so I'm a little bit shocked that they're going to try to collect a nickel and 35 cents and another. Yes, like Jill Lampkin just said, those fees will definitely add up, and I think it's ridiculous. There's no reason why there should be an added cost to use these features. I have just never encountered it before. So maybe I'm wrong, and they're doing it everywhere, and I just happen to go to the places that aren't doing it. But I don't think we should be the trailblazer of fees in Manhattan Beach. I think it's stupid. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members care to address this on Zoom?
No additional requests on Zoom.
In which case, we'll close public comment. Before I turn it over to Councilmember Haworth, can we get some clarification on these mobile app fees? What are they? And again, how are they assessed? And obviously, they're subject to change because it's a software change.
It sounds more complicated than it is. So I'll start by addressing the fee question as it relates to credit cards. That will be a one transaction, all the fees, all the parking on one thing. And then what that will say is actually up to the city, because it is your merchant processor that you own, that you assign the name to. So it might just say the city of Manhattan Beach, but that's something that the finance department can set up. The fees sound like a lot, but they're not cumulative. They are based on the service. So if you go to the pay station and you pay for your parking, you will only pay that amount. There will be no additional fees unless you wanted the text receipt. There just is a fee with that. You don't have to do the text receipt. You could print a receipt. You could do a number of different things. So that's that fee. The other, generally, it's just a convenience fee for the transaction you're doing. So the average user will be buying one parking session via the app or via the pay by text, and that is where the 35-cent fee would come in, and that's kind of industry standard. There's only a couple of cities across the nation that are not charging the fee to the end user. So it's providing the convenience, and that's where that fee comes from. So it's not another $5. I want to make sure that that you know that. But yes, I think that covered all the.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Stay nearby in case there's any other questions. But Councilmember Haworth.
Yeah, and thanks for the clarifications, because I do think that if we have the option with, if you do it at the kiosk, it's a straight amount, whereas if you do it with your phone, there's more. But it's the app, is it the 35, is it the processing fee if you don't have the app and you're just using your phone, or does the app, it's just a little bit of a technicality, I'm wondering.
So two different services.
Right.
The app-based and then the text-based.
Right.
Really kind of a web-based situation. So same fee, either option.
Okay, so either way.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Sherman.
Thank you. Quick question. In the past with the single meters, one of the kind of hurdles we had was with the batteries and how long they stayed. Maybe this is for the company, can you talk a little bit about the longevity of the batteries? Is it solar? What's the useful life of the batteries? Is there issues with getting these? Are they locally made? Are they made somewhere else? Do tariffs come involved? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, so the batteries are solar power charged. The solar panel is on top of the meter itself. So the battery is within the kiosk itself, and it's removable and also chargeable by direct power as well. And it's not a proprietary battery. You can buy them at Batteries Plus. They're available wherever you get a battery. So in the lifetime on them, we typically see at least 4 to 6 years on a battery, pretty easily. And then, yeah, like I said, you can just buy them at Batteries Plus.
Thank you.
And dispose of them properly.
That's right.
Yeah, not in waste management. Yeah, thank you. Just one more quick question. It's financial, so maybe Nicole. So as I heard now, we have a true zero out opportunity once we install these, whereas before we had the single heads that sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't with the zeroing out of the meters. Have we done any financial analysis? Because now we're going to have all 1,800 meters zeroing out because they're license plate driven. So there's no more, I could pull in and there's an opportunity to be, within 5 seconds or whatever the number was, to be able to get more, to get some of that value of the person paying the original meter. So have we done an analysis? Because it should be substantial if those are zeroing out.
We have not. We have not done analysis.
Is there an opportunity to, maybe city manager, is that something we can look at? Because that's going to be easily hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $500,000 if we're zeroing out.
We'd have to give that some thought, because unless someone's out there monitoring the meter time and what cars are leaving and coming, there would be no way for us to make an assessment on that.
I think maybe for the company, is there technology built in that it will show that, there's 24 hours, the meters are enforced, 13 hours, or they're on for 13 hours a day. And if I'm sure there's some report that you can provide that shows, multiple vehicles there, that space got you more than the 12 hours that meter is valid. Because we're talking about potential, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I do agree with you on for a couple of different reasons. As you kind of knew the history, there's been issues with the technology you had now, so you weren't necessarily getting the value as they aged because they stopped working. So just in that alone, there's a revenue opportunity of having fully working equipment. To your second point, yes, I do think it would take some analysis, but you could pull down all the transaction data and understand where the overlap was. But it's not by space anymore, it's by plate, which makes that a little difficult in terms of saying this spot right here turned over however many times.
Gotcha. I don't want to create any more work for staff. I just want to know how much more revenue we can get because we have functional zeroing out technology, and you're the best of breed. We chose you from 8, but you don't have a report that you can, through your portal, that'll tell us. I mean,
unless there's something I don't know on their behalf, I don't think so.
It will be more.
Yeah, please.
Oh.
Definitely will be more.
Oh, it's going to be more, but
Yeah, how much more?
Yeah.
So, yeah, as he was saying, because the system isn't receiving payments for each individual space, we don't know, that this space right in front of that store had, 1 hour that was paid for by 2 people, since the system won't differentiate if that person was in that space or the space behind it.
Gotcha. You answered my question. It's too bad. Thank you.
And for my question, I have a follow-up technical question. That is, and I should know this, but I just can't tell. And that is there then going to be a hardwired power for each of these 130 to 140 kiosks, or is it going to be reliant exclusively on the solar panel and the battery?
Exclusively on the solar and the battery.
Thank you. Council Member Tarnay.
I just have one question, not to keep going back to the fee, but just so I understand, on the interface in your phone, so if I were to go and pay for an hour on my phone, will it say it's, $2 plus 35-cent convenience fee? Will it show that separated on my phone? I know when it's billed through my credit card, it wouldn't show up that way, but would it delineate it?
It will, yes.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Can we talk a little bit about enforcement and what that looks like?
Yeah, so we're actually currently actively in the evaluation phase for our license plate recognition RFP, which is the enforcement component. So we will come back to council with that item once we've reached that point in the selection process. And so as it was explained in the roadmap, that is an integral part of the pay-by-plate.
Right.
Which will streamline enforcement
So then
significantly.
it's all integrated with?
It is.
Is it from the same vendor or is it?
So when we went out to RFP for this pay station, you had to be able to integrate with all sorts of different variables, because at that point, we didn't know who we were selecting yet for the LPR component. So the way that the RFP was written, the companies who submitted proposals had to comply with specific technical requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Libby Bredauer, Finance Director. I just want to jump in to help give some more perspective on the zero out of the meters. So, you noted the faulty issues in the past, but we do track that by month and fiscal year. So the most we collected in fiscal year 24-25 was $236,000. So I think we can assume that as the minimum we'll be receiving, and it will be somewhere north of there.
Thank you.
I see a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and the motion is?
The motion is to award a 3-year agreement for parking pay stations and mobile parking payment system services to ParkMobile LLC in an amount not to exceed $2,428,310.
Mr. City Attorney, is that sufficient? or we
Adopting a
need-
resolution 260017.
That's what I was asking. All right. In which case, I see the motion, and I see that's been seconded by Councilmember Sherillian. Any further comments?
Really quick, City Attorney, there was a second part to it, which was authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and necessary amendments.
Yeah, that's part of the recommendation, yes.
Okay.
Is that part of your motion then?
Yes, it is.
All right, in which case, the second, call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Thank you.
That's so great.
Let's carry on.
Indeed.
Item number 14, consideration of the final Bruce's Beach artist and design and approval of professional services agreement.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Lester, members of the City Council. Settle with the whole team here. I'm Mark Lehman, your Parks and Recreation Director. And I did want to just take a moment. I know we've been discussing this item in Council since 2021, and I just wanted to take a moment to recognize some of those key individuals that have been integral to this process to bring the finalists forward for you tonight. I also wanted to share we've learned a lot through this process. We've gathered extensive community input over that time. We've brought together the top experts during that time, and ultimately brought you the top 6 talented and nationally recognized artists. In thanking the Art and Public Places Committee, I'd like to start with Councilmember Haworth and Tarnay, past Councilmember Hildy Stern, Cultural Arts Commissioners Suzanne Carter and Carol Patterson, Bruce's Beach Task Force members Amanda Park and Dr. Anthony Lee, art professionals Marcus Mitchell and Keith Magruder, and our subject matter experts working with the APPC, Susan Gray and Tony Antich. And to just put it into some numbers, the amount of the expertise in this group, over 150 years of expertise as it relates to public art in this process. So we are in very good hands. And last, I would like to thank the Cultural Arts Commissioners, as well as community members for all of their input. So I will introduce Eric Brinkman, our Senior Recreation Supervisor. So the presentation, he will provide an overview and background. Susan Gray will present each of the art proposals, and then Eric will jump back in to conclude the presentation. And then, of course, we'll be available for questions after. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric Brinkman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, staff is requesting your selection of the final artist, conceptual design for the Bruce's Beach Public Art Project, along with authorization to enter into a professional services agreement with the selected artist. Over the past year, the city conducted a rigorous and transparent artist recruitment and selection process, which resulted in a pool of 115 applicants. From that pool, the Arts and Public Places Committee has advanced 6 finalists to design site-specific proposals, which we will be presenting tonight. After proposal development, public engagement, and formal evaluation, the APPC has identified 2 top-ranking proposals, while the Cultural Cultural Arts Commission has identified one proposal for council recommendation. This evening, staff is asking the council to select one of the 6 shortlisted artists with consideration of the recommendations made by the APPC and the Arts Commission. To provide you with a bit of history on this project, we started way back in March of 2021. The City Council allocated $350,000 from the Public Art Fund to commission a permanent artwork at Bruce's Beach Park. The purpose of this project is to commemorate the history and honor the legacy of Bruce's Beach, fostering reflection, healing, and public education. To guide the selection process, the city established the Arts and Public Places Committee, which includes cultural arts commissioners, former and current council members, Bruce's Beach Task Force members, and arts professionals. In 2023, the city initially issued a request for proposals. However, submissions were deemed infeasible due to scale, materials, and budget constraints. In response, the process was restructured into a request for qualifications. In 2025, with a revised budget separating fabrication and project management. That RFQ was issued nationally with targeted outreach in the Los Angeles area and within Black artist communities. This effort resulted in 115 qualified applicants. Using a formal scoring rubric, the APPC shortlisted 6 finalists: April Banks, Austin Brantley, Nikisha Durrett, Tony Scott, Zaviera Simmons, and Hannah Ward. Each artist developed a site-responsive proposal and presented their work at a public open house attended by more than 150 residents. An online survey followed, generating 349 responses. The proposals represent a range of artistic approaches, from conceptual monuments to figurative sculpture, all engaging deeply with the history and significance of Bruce's Beach. The 6 proposals were evaluated again by the APPC, with community feedback being taken into consideration. Based on scoring and discussion, the APPC identified 2 top-ranking proposals: Tony Scott's Unity, Circle of Memory, and April Banks' Building Paradise. After the APPC's deliberations, the Cultural Arts Commission identified Tony Scott's proposal as their preferred selection, citing long-term durability and a strong alignment with the project goals. Just to touch on the location a bit, the approved location is 2600 Highland Avenue, better known as Bruce's Beach Park. Artwork siting would take place on the 2nd tier, directly below the existing commemorative plaque. Each artist coordinated with the city's engineering consultant to confirm the site's load capacity and technical requirements. All of the proposals fall below 10 feet in height and will be framed by existing trees, minimizing any impact on ocean views.
These pictures should match.
At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our consultant, Susan Gray, who's going to go over each of the proposals in greater detail.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Susan Gray, a Los Angeles-based independent public art consultant assisting government agencies with project management, strategic planning, and policy development. I have extensive experience in all stages of project implementation for public art, from early community engagement through to care and conservation and collection deaccessioning. I'd like to thank the City Council's support of this very important project. It's an honor to be part of the project team. It's somewhat timely that we finalized this artist selection during February, which is Black History Month, a time to remember important people, contributions, and events in African American history. I've been engaged on this project for the past year and have found all staff and stakeholders incredibly supportive of the project goals. We've placed a great deal of consideration into the future care and conservation of this artwork, and this is reflected in the artwork location, placement, and materials we have identified. We received over 100 responses to the request for qualifications. The quality and quantity of responses we received speak to the project's profile at a national level and the amount of outreach conducted. Tonight we'll be reviewing proposals from the 6 shortlisted, highly accomplished candidates from across the United States with a collective practice that represents some of the best contemporary African-American artists this country has to offer. I'll now provide you with a brief summary of each candidate's proposal. All demonstrate artistic excellence and have a unique response to the site and its history. All the proposals are in their own way beautiful, heartfelt, and intelligent, and intended to honour the Bruce family with an acknowledgement of the complicated history of this site, yet with an eye towards collectively celebrating a more positive future for it. Each candidate took the responsibility of developing a proposal seriously and went to great lengths to conduct their own independent research to find inspiration. All proposals were reviewed by staff and advisors in great detail, and all are feasible from a project management standpoint. No matter which proposal is selected, it will need some minor modification to best meet the site constraints, and each candidate has agreed that if selected, to work with the project team to meet the site constraints. So the first artist for consideration is Austin Brantley. Brantley is an African-American artist based in Detroit. He is a self-taught artist with a foundation in ceramics. Brantley is emerging nationally as a much sought-after artist for portraits, monuments, and memorials dedicated to important figures. Brantley is inspired by classical sculpture and traditional African-American works such as masks his parents collected and displayed in the family home. His work presents a unique exploration of beauty, creation, and cultural dialogue. He is dedicated to excellence in all aspects of his art making and ultimately aims to continue the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance. Brantley primarily models his subjects in clay to create figurative works cast in bronze. The hand of the artist is evident in all of his work and is recognized for his superior craftsmanship. Brantley's major public art commissions include the Freedom Monument Park in Montgomery, Alabama, and a memorial honoring the first Black 5 students to desegregate East Tennessee State University. His sculptures are frequently serene and stoic monoliths committed to Black power. His proposal for Bruce's Beach Park is entitled Withstanding the Tides. It asks with optimism what it means to be a modern Black family in the United States and what Willa and Charles Bruce might express in its response. Brantley's composition is deeply rooted in the profound significance of the family stability, entitled To Enjoy Each Other's Company in Harmony, Undisturbed, and able to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the beach. The children featured have built sandcastles which metaphorically represent their role as builders and stewards of the future. The parents flanking the children gaze protectively, the father stoically looking beyond, with the mother ever watchful over her sons. The child to the left of the composition locks eyes with the viewer, quietly demanding attention and respect. The sculpture will stand 9 feet high, including a black granite pedestal measuring 6 feet wide and 5 feet deep, meeting the height constraints that we had indicated in the request for qualification. The figures would directly face the street and the Bruce's Beach Monument. Withstanding the Tides demonstrates Brantley's extensive capabilities in large-scale representational work inspired by classical forms. The next artist is Nikisha Jarrett. Jarrett is an African-American artist based in Washington, D.C. She holds a BFA, that's a Bachelor of Fine Art from Cooper Union in New York City, and a Master's of Fine Art from the University of Michigan School of Art and Design. Jarrett is internationally recognized for her monumental public art installations dedicated to individual and collective Black histories through themes of visibility, community, and history. Through deep research and material investigation, she parallels past events with those of the present to shine a light on stories that have been overlooked. Her work contemplates biases and the unreliability of memory as information is filtered over time. Honours the artists have received include multiple project grants from the Artist Fellowship Program of the DC Arts Commission, and for permanent commissions, her work is featured in Bryn Mawr College and the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library in Washington, D.C. She recently completed a residency at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture and is in the process of completing a major work dedicated to Harriet Tubman for the Obama Foundation in Chicago. Her work or proposal entitled When Two or Three Gather is a nod to the Akan concept of Sankofa, which encourages learning from the past to inform the future, and the proposal draws on the interconnected histories of Black migration, leisure, and survival. The artist recognizes that historically in the United States, Black gatherings in pursuit of leisure have often been treated as threatening, making togetherness an act of both joy and resistance in the face of exclusion. Central to the artist's inspiration is the fact that Bruce's family created a beachside resort as an act of sanctuary building, offering black families a protected place to swim, picnic, and gather at a time when most public beaches were inaccessible to the black community. The sculpture consists of 3 10-foot-tall vertical boards arranged in a half circle, evoking ancestors in communion, guarding the beach as a sacred space. The boards would be manufactured from woven rebar and recycled oyster shells set into polished resin. That being said, Dred has conceptually centered her proposal in a union of Manhattan Beach's celebrated contemporary surf culture with the enslaved Gullah Geechee people's crafts of basket weaving and harvesting oysters, along with the West African pastime of wave riding. The board's orientation and configuration allows for clear sightlines to the ocean. The resulting concept simultaneously stands as a subtle yet powerful monument to black resourcefulness, kinship, and leisure. The third artist we are considering is Zavaria Simmons. She is a Los Angeles-based artist, also of African-American heritage, and lives close to the project site. She is internationally recognized for a highly conceptual art practice that bridges photography, sculpture, video, and performance dedicated to individual and collective black histories. Simmons received a Bachelor of Fine Art from Bard College and completed the Whitney Museum's independent study program in studio art and a 2-year acting training conservatory with the Maggie Flanagan Studio. Her work is featured in the collections of the Museum of Modern Art New York, the Museum of Contemporary Art Chicago, the Institute of Contemporary Art Boston, and the Studio Museum in Harlem, amongst others. She has also received awards from the Socrates Sculpture Park and the Lewis Company Tiffany Foundation. For Bruce's Beach, Simmons' work is Untitled, features a family of 4 figures, 2 adults, 1 boy, and 1 girl. The sculpture will be rendered in bronze with a graphite patina and fixed atop a black steel pedestal. The work is quietly arresting. The family unit stands strong, shoulder to shoulder, self-assured, standing close and yet unmoving in solidarity. The sculpture affirms each individual's right to exist freely in and enjoy nature, whether through play, reflection, or connection to the ocean. The children represented stand as the custodians of the past, present, and future, as the boy balances a ball and a miniature of the Bruce's house, as the girl holds a camera that has captured memories. The father protects the family's right to recreational pursuits as he stands with his surfboard and fishing rod while the mother gazes directly into the future through binoculars. By presenting black figures simply at ease within the landscape, the sculpture bridges past and future, celebrating historic achievement while envisioning a more harmonious and inclusive Manhattan Beach. It also offers visitors a sense of calm, delight, and grounding, addressing the enduring absence of public artworks depicting Black Americans in the moments of everyday freedom. The sculptures would stand 6 feet tall atop a 3-foot base and face the street with their backs to the beach. This work demonstrates Simmons' ability to span formal artistic practice through conceptual approaches to traditional sculpture. The next artist is Hannah Ward. Ward is a Los Angeles-based artist of African-American and Japanese-American heritage. She lives close to the project site. Ward's studio practice is centered in painting and ceramics. Ward is also the creator of Uno and Ichi, a brand specializing in handmade functional wear that aims to spread joy through small delights. Ward received her Bachelor of Art from Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. Of note, Ward was introduced to the project through the recommendations of the curators at the California African American Museum. Ward has been awarded many artist residencies, including with the Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs, the University of Maryland, and one in Hama, Japan. Her work has been exhibited nationally and internationally at venues including the Caroline Campagna Clearfield Museum in Long Beach, California, the California African American Museum in Los Angeles Contemporary Exhibitions, the Flag Foundation in New York, and also exhibited in Kyoto, Japan, and Athens, Greece. Ward's work focuses on the transformative capabilities of the human condition, exploring back consciousness that recognizes power, dignity, and liberty from within. Her proposal for Bruce's Beach features 2 voluptuous figures in repose, unashamedly and comfortably enjoying a leisurely day at the beach. The overall dimensions for this work are 5 feet high, 5 feet wide, and 4 feet deep. The figures would be cast in bronze and would sit atop a concrete base that suggests a beach blanket in the sand. One figure is seated and reading, seeking pause and introspection from reading material as indicated in mirrored mosaic while the other is relaxing, face up to the sun, in a sunflower embossed swimsuit, which is a quiet but important nod to quilting and storytelling traditions within many African American communities. The figures depicted are based on clay figures created by the artist, and these were shared with the Art and Public Places Committee. The colour palette for the marine grade paint selected for the swimsuits on the figures was inspired by the seashells the artist would collect with her mother when she was a child and visited Manhattan Beach. Of note, the composition is based on a family photo of Ward's grandmother taken at Bruce's Beach during its heyday, and demonstrate how the artist is able to bridge the personal and public in a joyful and generous way. Next, we have April Banks. Banks is a Los Angeles-based artist, African-American heritage, working across visual art, architecture, and creative social engagement. Banks graduated with a Bachelor of Architecture from Hampton University in Virginia. She obtained a Master in Science in Environmental Design from College of Design in Pasadena. The artist is also the producer of TFR, a nomadic storytelling experience, and has an ongoing series of works entitled Freedom is a Place. Banks is nationally recognized for a public art practice and has completed major commissions for the City of Santa Monica, San Luis Obispo, and in Washington, D.C. for the Department of Arts and Humanities, and most recently completed a project in Jackie Robinson Park in Sun Village. For Bruce's Beach, Banks' proposal, Building Paradise, is an abstracted beach cottage and is a literal open house that honors the Bruces and the Black homeowners and entrepreneurs who envisioned their dreams and built their lives at this site. They open their doors to many visitors in the area. The artwork features an exterior and interior facade connected by an open archway with an overall footprint 10 feet tall by 11 feet long and 5 feet wide. It is carefully considered scale and form are designed to be visible from the park terraces above and below, while fully respecting the sightlines to the ocean. The exterior wall is composed of patterned brickwork with indigo glass accents, referencing the resourcefulness and craftsmanship of black bricklayers and their families who migrated west. The design details were further inspired by improvisational designs of African American domestic traditions, such as quilts that preserve storytelling while providing warmth and comfort, and blue bottle trees that provided spiritual protection for the home as well as decoration. The interior walls depict the lives of residents and beachgoers through glass mosaic figures collared from archival photographs set against blue and white ceramic tiles that evoke vintage toile or tropical wallpaper. This imagery will be created using cyanotypes, which are sun prints of plants and leaves gathered from the present-day Bruce's Beach Park. These will be transferred and fired onto the ceramic tiles, producing an aesthetic that bridges both past and present. Familiar and welcoming in form, Building Paradise offers a space for cultural legacy, healing, hospitality, and pride, stating as a vision of what might have been and what may still come. And then finally, we have Tony Scott. Scott is based in Goleta, Santa Barbara County, and was raised in South Central Los Angeles. Scott's ancestry includes Native American citizenship with the Muskogee Creek tribe, as well as African American lineage. Her multicultural family heritage has inspired her to give her life to the lost images and stories of history. The artist holds a Master's of Fine Art from the University of California at Santa Barbara. And she also received training at the Otis Institute of Parsons School of Design and the Art Center College of Design in Pasadena. Scott's exhibitions and installations and public commissions weave together powerful stories presented through multimedia, photography, painting, and sculpture. Scott has been awarded artisan residencies at the Squire Foundation Santa Barbara and the prestigious CCS residency at UC Santa Barbara. Scott was featured in a major show at the California African American Museum and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture in DC. And her Bloodlines project has been exhibited nationally and internationally in China, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. Her work is deeply rooted in archival research and aims to honor the enduring spirit of the forgotten, excluded, and the oppressed. Engaging in a human exchange and sharing stories that bring us all together in harmony is a key goal of her work, and this is evident in her proposal. Entitled Unity, Circle of Memory, the work rises as an offering of remembrance and healing, depicting a solitary figure lifting a circular form overhead as a gesture of collective memory. The circle is held to the light to catch and frame a view to the beach. The circle represents return, continuity, and the unbroken spirit of the families who once filled the shoreline with gathering, joy, and hope. It is important to note the figure depicted does not portray a single individual, but serves as a vessel for ancestors, descendants, and future generations, emphasizing that both identity and memory is something living, lifted, shared, and carried forward. At the base of the sculpture, vignettes of families at the beach on a lives lived here before displacement, inviting the community to reflect with history as memory restored to dignity rather than loss alone. Elements of classical figurative sculpture expression are evident in this work. The torso will be rendered in bronze and the skirt and base in cast concrete. We intend to work with the artist to modify the vignette section so it can be rendered in bas-relief or etched granite so the images are more legible and easier to maintain. In the rendering, you can see they're rendered in, illustrated in mosaic. The sculpture would stand 8 feet tall, including the base. Scott's lineage is directly connected to the history of Bruce's Beach, and the work continues her practice of honouring her ancestral narratives through monumental public art. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I hope you've enjoyed this presentation as much as we've enjoyed preparing it for you. All the artists have produced high-quality proposals with thoughtful consideration and went beyond the call of duty with their research and design efforts. Tony Scott's proposal, Unity, Circular Memory, ranks highest in the evaluation process and demonstrates her enduring commitment to artistic excellence in public art as well as social justice. We are confident it is both the concept and composition that will pass the test of time. Thank you.
Okay, so quickly in closing, again, like Susan said, each of these proposals represent an important opportunity to honor the legacy of Bruce's Beach with a permanent artwork that supports reflection, healing, and education. So on to staff recommendations. Staff recommends that the City Council select Tony Scott's proposal as it aligns with recommendations of both the Arts and Public Places Committee as well as the Cultural Arts Commission due to its alignment with the project goals and long-term durability from a conservation standpoint. As a policy alternative, the Council retains discretion to select any of the other 5 shortlisted artists. And just for a moment before we conclude, I just wanted to take a moment for a deep, heartfelt thanks for all of the artists for their hard work and dedication to this project. The depth of research, care, and craftsmanship in the submissions is evident, and we are truly grateful for the time and thought that each of the artists has invested in the work. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Councilmember Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really, because I did have the privilege, and it truly was a privilege to be on the Arts and Public Places Commission, I don't have a question now, and I'm certainly not going to give my opinion on the art right now, but I do have a couple of comments that I want to say to start us off, and that is, this was an incredible process when I did get to join, because initially, as was mentioned, there weren't, enough submissions to really that they were really pleased with, and I want to credit Eric for coming on and changing the process to a request for qualifications, and then for Susan and her colleague Tony. They really added so much to this, because it's not just an ad in the paper that causes you to get these artists. She has so many contacts because of her experience in public art. And I want to set this up for you all so you realize the quality that you are dealing with. They had so many contacts, and the amount and the sheer amount and the quality of the submissions was truly remarkable, and it was truly a joy and a privilege to look through them all. And I think you have to, you guys heard all of that in a very quick amount of time. Well, when we were on the committee and had to go through 115 of them, they designed a process for us that was really helpful and clear. You can't imagine the amount of time we spent on it, but would have been so much more had they not devised a process. So kudos to staff, to consultants, to the members of the committee, and to the artists. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are so fortunate. So, discuss away.
Councilmember Sherillian, discuss away.
I have to follow that.
Or ask questions.
I will. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too, I came into as the new council member, wasn't part of the entire process, but it was truly wonderful getting the chance to meet the artists. I think they were set up at the library and we all got to walk through, and really get to know them personally and what they're about and what that piece, what this project meant to them. So, too many people to say thank you to, but I think Director Lehman and, you guys indicated the APPC, the CAC, and everybody else that was involved, over 150 years of experience and, experts providing their input. Get to my question. You mentioned a survey that went out, about 349 people, and the survey, how was that survey? What area was that survey, or was it just open survey?
So yeah, at the community open house, we had an opportunity for people to submit a physical response, but then there was an online survey as well via a QR code, where you were able to rank each of the artists based on the project goals. So there was, a different criteria for each questions, and then you just ranked them. How well did they meet the goal of each of those criteria?
Got you. And then, the staff report indicates that Nikisha Durrett was most preferred with the survey, and then followed by April Banks, and then Tony Scott. Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. Okay. Quick question without showing my hand. On these, in the staff report, it says pros and cons of each piece. For Tony Scott, it says the cons, the mosaic at base needs to be redesigned thematically and materially. What is that? Can you explain that, please?
So there's basically two layers to that. One would be addressing the imagery on the base to greater reflect the overall history of Bruce's Beach. This is kind of the recommendation made by the APPC while evaluating the work. And then one is from a conservation standpoint. A mosaic base would be fragile in that environment. So we're looking at other materials that would be more robust for long-term durability and could portray a detailed narrative.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. And again, before I turn it over, just congratulations to all the artists and incredible pieces. And we'll see where that goes.
Thank you. Councilmember Tornay.
Thank you. I echo my council colleague. It's been a tremendous process to watch just the thoughtfulness and care that's been just really dedicated into getting us to where we are right now, and I greatly appreciate that. So I'm just going to go directly to some of the questions based on the recommendations that have been made. As far as the top recommendation, Unity Circle by Tony Scott, does that include, because I see that there's an option for the mosaic base, are we basically selecting with or without the option at this point? What kind of direction are you looking for?
So we're looking to align with the APPC's recommendation, which is to rework the frieze around the base, again, to greater reflect the history of Bruce's Beach in a more robust material. So there would be, if you were to select that particular piece, there would be a back and forth between the artist, staff, and the APPC to develop that imagery and base. Thank you.
And I know this was an incredibly difficult process because based on just the walkthrough at the library, I'm glad, that I didn't have to do the whittling down portion of it because it was so difficult to do. And I wish we could wish we could have a sculpture garden at Bruce's Beach. But based on kind of the surveys that I saw and the evaluations, I know that April Banks's piece ranked really high. Can you talk about some of the challenges that we would face if we were to select that piece?
So yeah, these challenges were identified by the APPC and the Cultural Arts Commission. So particularly from a safety standpoint, it presents some issues with sight lines in the park. It presents opportunity for potential like hiding, potential loitering, situations that we wouldn't really want to transpire in the park, just because it creates a bit of like a shelter scenario. And then it was also mentioned by an APPC member that they felt like this artwork could attract graffiti just because of the large span, flat spaces. Yeah, could potentially, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yeah, great, thank you. Well, I want to thank the artists. I'd also like right now, is if the ones that are here, if they don't feel embarrassed by it, I would love to have you stand and acknowledge you as well for all the hard work, and your names, please. Ranks. So thank you for undertaking. It's really a trip of discovery for many of us involved. Well, I think I'm the only one here that's been involved from the very beginning. In 2020, 2021, with Councilmember Stern, former mayor, and with the help of the task force and with the help of the history report to really get a good, thorough understanding. Because up to that time, we really didn't know that much. The details had not been delved into. So it was really a journey of discovery and to make us aware of what the Bruce family meant to Manhattan Beach and to the patrons that came down the cable car line to come here on the weekends, maybe even during the week as well. But so I just want to thank, that's why I want to acknowledge the artists. I just want to thank you. You have basically, we channeled through you all of that, and you just made your creation. So thank you very much for that. I just want to go to a practical standpoint. We didn't really address the ADA requirement of having the, of having the sculpture down or the art pieces down on that. Is there anything else we have to do, or is that enough?
So the way we designed the RFQ was in response to the site, which is not ADA compliant. So the artist needed to design around those requirements. Basically, the artwork has to be viewable from an ADA accessible area, but it can't have an interactive component such as text or some kind of, immersive component. So each of the artists designed around those constraints.
Great.
Yeah.
Good. So it could conceivably, since there's extra concrete around the plaque, they could get to that point and then be able to see it.
That would present a viewable space.
So we don't have to
Yep.
bring in more concrete and spaces.
Well, you wouldn't have to modify the existing area. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's terrific. That's about all I have as far as the questions right now. We'll look forward to making comments later.
I think for my initial observations and then some questions, I too am just resonating on what these artists have done in terms of capturing this place and trying to present different visions for what it can be to represent its history and its future, frankly. This is a very much appreciated open space. Thank you to the artists. Thank you to the committee members. Thank you to the commissioners. Thank you to staff. My questions have to do with a reference to scalability. I wanted to better understand the heights that were presented and how they might be altered, particularly given the active use of this park. I mean, it is open space, valuable open space. So I'm just wondering, to what extent is this still subject to change, or are these heights and scales fixed as presented?
I think that there is, opportunity to take a look at this. The site was assessed through many different considerations, and that's what informed the overall height, which falls below the tree line. So the artist designed around those considerations. The concern from staff and mostly from staff's perspective would be, like with a Tony Scott sculpture, for instance, if you scale it down too much, it loses its power. It becomes more like a doll and less like a powerful figure.
Right.
But there is room to modify each of these pieces based on, preserving the sight lines as much as possible. Should have mentioned with April Banks' work, it's reworkable like Tony's work is as well. It can be put in more an oblique angle, can create, larger cutouts so that we don't have these sightline issues. So there's a solution that can be found to most of the problems that you're flagging here.
Great. I'd like to pick up on some questions that were raised by Councilmember Trene with regard to the April Banks proposal, and that has to do with the susceptibility to graffiti. There's a suggestion about lighting and then potentially loitering. Cannot those issues be addressed to the extent that there was interest in that piece? First of all, different materials that are less susceptible to graffiti sticking?
Sure. I mean, I think that, yeah, I'll ask Susan Gray to answer that question.
April's, the elevations would be, as proposed, either mosaic or tile on one side. These are very durable materials. We work with April on the color of the grout to make sure that if there was any spraying that we could clean it off and things wouldn't look discolored. In my experience, and I've worked on a lot of public art projects, a beloved piece is well maintained. Generally, the community respects it. If they're involved in the process from the get-go, they become the stewards and custodians of the site. It's when the community is not engaged in the planning process, you start to have problems. This project has a long history of community engagement. There's a legacy here. We've, obviously we have a good turnout tonight to talk about the piece. I'm not so concerned about graffiti itself. I think that April has already expressed a willingness to work with us on any orientation that might need to occur, scaling of the walls, etc. But we do need to maintain its integrity as a dwelling, suggesting an open house. That April has a background as an architect as well as an artist, and I'm fully confident that she can work with us on that.
There's a reference to lighting. I presume that would be something that is optional. Obviously, the benefit is it could deter loitering, of course, but on the other hand, it adds expense.
Yeah, the lighting is not included in any of the budgets. It wasn't part of the ask of the artist. We wanted to think about what the artwork was going to be before we could respond with a site-specific lighting program. But lighting in the park needs to be addressed holistically, not just for the sculpture itself.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Thank you very much for that. If not, we'll open this item up for public comment. Any members of the public in chambers care to address this item, please?
Yeah, there's one. First, I have to make a confession that I can't see you, so my eyesight has been deteriorating over the years and facial recognition is gone. So I know several of you and I appreciate you, I just can't acknowledge you. I was on, my name's Anthony Lee, sorry. And I was on the original Bruce's Beaches Task Force some years ago, and that was 5 years ago now, I think. And so this project has been in the works for some time, and I recently said, I hope I get to see it before my eyes go out, because it's been 5 years. But it's been quite a journey. The city is to be congratulated, really, and commended for its forward-looking commitment to this piece of art, especially in these times when the federal government has really set itself as hostile to all narratives of African American history. Manhattan Beach is going forward to a commitment to African American history, and that's really a leadership position right now. And you should be very proud of this commitment to putting forward African American history. In this case, it's not a very happy history, but it's a very important history which is nationally known and recognized. this sculpture, whichever one is chosen, will be a national monument and will be noticed and recognized and in newspapers all over the country, and possibly international as well. So I was on the, I was on the APPC, and we made our recommendations, so I won't say anymore.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Mike Jenkins, like Anthony, a former member of the Bruce's Beach Task Force. This project was one of the signature recommendations of the task force. And as Anthony noted, it's been a long time coming. I want to thank you for getting this to the finish line. I'm thrilled that we are finally here. I, like a lot of you, took the opportunity to view all of the proposed artworks a few months ago when they were presented to the community in the library. And like everyone I talked to who was there, was really impressed by the quality of the proposals and the quality of the artists who created them. Whichever piece is chosen will both enhance the park and make an important statement about the legacy of the government-sponsored racial discrimination of the 1920s that led to the condemnation and removal of the Bruce Family Resort and the homes owned by other black residents of Manhattan Beach. I urge you to make a selection from among these impressive works tonight and direct staff to enter into a contract and move this project along for completion. As for the art itself, I like them all. I lean towards April Banks' work, perhaps because it pays tribute to and evokes a remembrance of the homes of the black residents that sat on this land before those homes were taken away from them by the city government. As for the surfboard piece, I'm less enthusiastic, maybe only because I think the message may be too subtle, particularly from a distance. But whichever piece you select will send an important, lasting, and symbolic message about justice and our commitment to being a welcoming community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public in chambers that would care to speak on this item? If not, Martha? Or anybody on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
In which case, close public comment. Council. Start with Council Member Sherillian.
I'm getting used to going first, so yeah, and again, thank you to all the artists, and thank you for April Banks being here and Tony Scott being present, and congratulations on being finalists on this very important art piece. So to me, I'm just going to put it out there and talk about it with us up here, but the Unity Circle of Memory just to me feels beautiful and powerful, and an inspiring tribute that transforms resemblance into strength. To me, it symbolized the symbolism of the lifted circle, offering not just reflection, but renewal. And the art piece is, to me, dignified and uplifting vision that honors the past while carrying the memories forward of a generation to come.
That's it. Councilmember Carney.
Thank you. I, again, want to thank the artists. I mean, it's been a tremendous process. And beyond just the process of getting to the art pieces, it's been a difficult journey for us to get to where we are and even engage in the process of acknowledging the past wrongs. And we did that, and the world didn't fall apart. And we came back together to rebuild and acknowledge this by bringing something beautiful forward. So I'm so proud of our community for working through those difficulties. I always say, just because it's difficult doesn't mean it can't be beautiful by the time we're done with the process. And I'm looking forward to this beauty portion of this journey. And so I'm having a really hard time because I hear one of the pieces pitched, I'm like, ooh, I really like that one. That one's going. And then the other one gets pitched, I'm like, oh, of course, that one. So I'm really struggling with this process. But whatever decision we make tonight, I hope all of you who've participated in this process realize the significance of this journey, and that we're all a part, all of us who have been a part of this is helping move our city forward into joy, into beauty. So thank you to all of you for being a part of that.
And which one?
Oh,
come on now.
Yeah, you got it, come on.
Oh my gosh, this is, again, I know, I'm so sorry. This is so hard.
You don't have to, you can wait, I'm sorry.
I will jump in there because I have to be bold and advance what I want, right? So I love both of them. My heart is moved by the house just because I think it encapsulates the journey. I'm wafting again. So I'm going to leave it at that, but
Yeah.
I love both of them. Thank you.
And I did that.
Councilmember Haworth, would you like to speak?
Yeah, no. For the record, my button is pressed. So yeah, I'll reclaim my time, and I don't think Councilwoman Ternay minded a bit. So, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the permission. I was remiss. No, he had, okay. Was remiss in mentioning our staff for the engaging in all the community outreach. Because and everything that's been mentioned, it's been so important, all the things. But to get 150 people at the library required, a lot of efforts, social media, ads, things like that, to do the surveys. So it's an important part of what we do now. If you look at Project Pulse with the parking or any of the other things that we do, that requires somebody working hard to get people to show up. It's not easy to get people to show up, but this is very important. So, and I love that. I actually love that Council Member Shirley is like, wow, I love the words you used. I mean, you really thought about it, and it clearly inspired you. I am waffling too, but it is between those two, although when you were presenting them, all 6 of them, I was like, oh, wow, those were really good. Oh, yeah, look at that. That was so good. We had so many hours of conversations in the committee about representational, right, versus conceptual. We talked a lot about the house and sight lines and all of those different issues that were brought up as potential problems. But we also talked about, but the great thing about the house, and the house sounds very reductive, I'm sorry, with April Banks' piece, is that it becomes a real destination maybe for the school kids too in our community, so that now Manhattan Beach kids have a destination and a focus point to learn about the history in their town. And there's a lot of details that weren't presented about it that I really loved. But I also love the fact that Tony Scott, the artist, was willing to work on what's around the base, that could also tell that story. So both of those, they're the top 2 picks. I think I am leaning towards Tony Scott's proposal. I would caution us, I don't think we should make it smaller because of what Eric mentioned. But we did create limits, in height because of the park, because of view lines, because we know that is an important thing. But, that is a whole park full of view lines. And in a way, sorry, I have to stay with the microphone, but I'm picturing myself walking up to, seeing the plaque and then looking down, and it's almost a focal point, almost like Lightgate, it's almost like this focal point of the horizon in the future. So that's what is drawing me to that piece. But I really also love April's work and the interpretive magic that happens there. So,
For my comments.
He didn't give it back to you.
I didn't see you push a button, but if you'd like to go.
No,
right
I had
ahead.
before. I thought I was going to.
Go right ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, great. So, extremely difficult decision. Appreciate the work that went into it. The months and months and actually years. But I had the honor and the privilege in October of 2023, one of the descendants of the Bruce family, or the Prelow family, who owned a home there. They built a cabin there on the site. Anna Gonzalez reached out and indicated that the family and 40 descendants were going to be coming on a bus to come and spend the afternoon there at Bruce's Beach. And they wanted someone from City Council. I was Mayor Pro Tem at the time, and I just considered it an honor to go out there and meet them, presented them with the resolution of apology. Got a lot of the history and got a lot of feel for what it was like to live there. They had photos, in their albums of being there. They had, stories to tell, and they were telling that to their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and it was just very warm, very touching. We had a picnic lunch there, and then they reminded me that their home. So Public Works had gone out onto the park and had staked out where the original location of their home, and so it really gave you a perspective of where they were, what they had experienced, and also what they lost. But part of the good news is they kept that home, and they moved it just real close, like to 27th and Bayview. So the original home is actually being used right now in Manhattan Beach. It has been built upon, but so you get that feeling that the history is alive right there. You get the plaque. You're going to get the chosen, sculpture. You have the city. You have the county, and their plaque down at the pier, because the actual lots of the Bruce's Beach Lodge were down there off the Strand. It wasn't on the park. So you can really see that a teacher could bring their class and almost like Washington, D.C., go from monument to monument, reminder to reminder, to tell the whole story of Bruce's Beach. The fact that the Prelow family, they had taken their money from the settlement and moved and bought a lot and moved their home over there, and the fact that 4 out of the 5 displaced, African American families bought again in Manhattan Beach and lived again in Manhattan Beach. And remember too, as far as a welcoming community, they had gone up and down the coast looking for places to put this lodge, to start their business, and they were turned down in so many places and found their way in Manhattan Beach. So it really, I think, tells the whole story, or most of the story, of the Bruce family, and and their experience here in Manhattan Beach. I want to put in a good word and an idea of selecting Hannah Ward. I was very touched when I met her during the event where we met all the artists. She had a photo, that inspired her sculpture, and it was of her great-grandmother. And she and the great-grandmother and her friends and the extended family would always come to Manhattan, would always come to Bruce's Beach in Manhattan Beach. She spoke about that very eloquently and with great heart. I like I like the sculpture that she made. I went through the pro and cons from people who know a lot more than I do, about art. And the pro was the sculpture has the most direct references to Bruce's Beach history and African American craft traditions. But then on the con side, it says it needs to. I'm sorry, Hannah Ward. So I'm sorry. I just read April Banks. Sorry, this goes across a couple of pages. No, so Hannah Ward it says gentle and relaxed, not confrontational. And then the cons was lack clear definition and some maintenance concerns as well that can probably be worked out. But when I went through and looked at all the cons of the other, that the committees, various committees determined on each of the others, the cons were really presented in Hannah Ward's sculpture. For example, not unique to Bruce's Beach, doesn't have a Manhattan Beach vibe. Well, it certainly does. It is unique to Manhattan Beach and has that vibe. The house structure needs to be redesigned to preserve sightline, doesn't integrate into the landscape, could attract unwanted loitering. Hannah Ward's, I feel, doesn't have that limitation because it's very welcoming. Another one's con was needs something more relaxed. Well, there's nothing more relaxed than seeing a couple enjoying a day at the beach and what that meant. And actually where they're sitting is getting a good view of the beach. It also has a lower profile, 5 feet. I just feel that it's it's more engaging. One more, it said need more direct ties to Bruce's Beach history. Well, she had that in her photo album. There were pictures of her family, at Bruce's Beach and enjoying it. So I just wanted to make those points about, I enjoyed meeting all the artists, and also I will join the majority in terms of what we decide here today. But I just wanted to sort of bring Hannah Ward out from all that and just explain how it really touched me and felt that it met all the criteria. Thank you.
Moving forward with a recognition of our African American history is how I think Dr. Lee referenced this in his comments. It really struck me. One of the reasons I ran again for city council was I felt the divisions that were reflected in some of the recognition of Bruce's Beach did not reflect our community. And I am so proud of our community for moving forward together as we look and decide what's going to be the best work to reflect what happened at that site, but also to be thinking of our future together. I love pieces. I like both finalists, but I'm struck most by April Banks' piece, and I'll tell you why. Because through that small house structure, one can really envision what might have been for that family with that vista of the ocean at that location. It's solitary, it's thoughtful, it's powerful. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin referenced meeting family, the Pursuant family that came with their pictures and different memories of that era. Well, that's reflected in this work. It's like a collage. It was mentioned in passing that this might be a destination for school children to kind of learn about what happened there. This speaks to that. It has the sense of history about it. I love Tony Scott's piece as well, which is more universal, speaks to universal truths for all of us. But as to what happened at that location, I'm really quite taken by April Banks. And I welcome further discussion as together we try and wrestle with two very strong but different works in terms of capturing this site.
So there's no majority.
Yeah,
So-
well, there is, I think.
Councilmember Howarth.
I think, Councilmember Franklin, you said it well, like you'll support the majority. I think the pieces that we're talking about, it's, they're both really, wonderful is not the right word. I mean, they're wonderful. Sorry, it's, I had a late night last night. Anyway, so I think that, I feel like I would support it too. I don't think any of us want to make the motion to exclude the other, is what I personally feel right now. But I also want to commend Councilmember Franklin for bringing up, for just pointing out the connection of Hannah Ward's piece. I think, and I think what your commentary about the art said to me is that we have such amazing art that we have nothing but a good choice. And so, I will go ahead and make the motion, and I have changed my mind 3 times tonight. if, to choose April Banks. But it does have to, I don't know if you have to come back because of, any of the issues that we thought we had. I mean, she'll create proposals, she'll create things. But I really do think that it is slightly representational. It is a house, but it has all these storytelling aspects to it that I think would be important for telling the story. So, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
So I just want to be clear. I think there was a lot to read. Is there a similar design in another city?
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica?
She did Santa Monica. It's not a house per se, but it's a similar, so that's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll wait to hear other comments.
Yeah,
And we'll figure
no.
out what so you're going to change your vote from Tony Scott
To April Banks.
Okay.
But
Any other council comments? I think for my comment, I would, to make this a true dialogue, Mayor Pro Tem, is I did see, and I've seen in person, the other work by April Banks in Santa Monica. It's a different concept. Obviously, the reference is to a home, but it's a very different style of a home. It has less of the collage nature of it. It's less specific to the place. It doesn't feature as the envisioned work at Bruce's Beach would of the particular family that lived there. So it's a structure of a house, but it's not a full architectural home.
it won't look like we're copying.
I don't think so.
I don't think it will. I mean, perhaps that's again too simplistic, but I think is that your concern? Oh, there's it's just the same.
No,
Okay.
not really. I mean,
Just a question.
what's the story behind the Santa Monica? Were they?
Inkwell Beach, right? Yeah. So.
It was.
I'm not the right person to tell this story, but it's another representation, a monument to a time when African Americans were excluded, and there was a beach, Inkwell Beach. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Are there any other council comments before we call for the question?
Okay.
So I would just like to make my point that I will do what I said. I will join the majority.
No, I appreciate that, and I would have too.
They're both great.
I took the initiative to make the motion because it was so hard and everybody was, so.
Councilmember Tarday.
So I hope the artists will see that how difficult this is for us, because both of your pieces, I mean, the top two pieces spoke to us all profoundly. And I do think there is something very unique about the storytelling of Bruce's Beach. And for me, the representation of the house is significant, and that's kind of what's edged it across the finish line for me. I do understand the concerns about the challenges of making it so that it's graffiti resistant, it doesn't, and whatever other challenges that a structure will pose. But I have confidence in the ability of our staff and the artists to work through those challenges.
Okay.
So that's
Could we do both?
Yeah, I know, right? Is there enough money for both?
Well, maybe.
With regards to ADA, what we learned, I mean, I was just looking here to see, is there any printed words or is it all images?
Do you want staff to answer that?
Yeah. Just want to.
I don't think we can do that with ADA, yeah.
All the work is ADA compliant.
Okay, great. So I'm
okay. Without any further comments, we'll call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you again to the artists. Thank you again for members of these committees and this commission and our city staff for helping us get to this point. We're going to take a brief break, and I know that some have been here since 6 o'clock. Thank you. We'll stand at recess for 5
We've been here from 6.
Yeah, but we paid.
Oh, that's right. Six to one.
Francis, can we go live?
Thank you. We'll call back from recess, our city council meeting Tuesday, February 17th, 2016. We'll move on to item number 15, which is the fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget report, including proposed funding appropriations and fiscal year 2027 development calendar and proposed staff rotation.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Libby Bredhauer, your Finance Director, and I will be presenting this mid-year budget update for fiscal year 26. Also here tonight is Emmy Rose Hanna, our Financial Services Manager, and I'd also like to introduce Alexis Motonaga, who is our new Budget and Financial Analyst. She just recently joined us from another local city, but we're so glad she's here in time for budget season. So just a quick overview. The fiscal year 26 budget was adopted on June 3rd. These documents are available online, as is our new Open Finance Financial Transparency portal that shows citywide revenues and expenditures as budgeted, as well as the actuals in nearly real time, with just a one-day lag from our ERP system. Our documents also once again earned the CSMFO and GFOA budget awards, along with the city also receiving a special recognition in long-range financial plans for the second year in a row from GFOA. So moving into, just to recap the adopted budget, the city's primary operating fund, the general fund, supports all essential city services. So just recapping what was adopted last June, revenues exceeded expenditures by $19.8 million. Most of this amount was due to one-time bond proceeds for the prior year purchase of 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So excluding the bond proceeds, the operating surplus could also be calculated at $6.6 million. So below that $19.8 million, you see a line for net transfers. So you're going to hear me talk a lot about transfers tonight, which was first mentioned on January 20th during the presentation of our ACFR report, our annual comprehensive financial report. During that presentation, we mentioned that our independent auditors recommended a methodology change in their management letter that was attached to that report to reclassify certain accounts within our chart of accounts to align with best practices and eliminate avoidable reconciliation entries that we've been doing every year at year end. So historically, we've been having these transfers in and out in our budget kind of below the line, if you will, which necessitated extra year-end reconciliations and journal entries for proper classification in our financial reports. So you may recall that we are starting with a new auditor for this year, for our fiscal year 26 audit, and they also concur with our previous auditor's recommendations. So, and staff has also conducted our own research on making this change to our chart of accounts, and our team all agrees that making this change will help us, achieve two of our goals, which is bringing efficiencies and more transparency to our work. And I'll get into a little more specifics on the transfer change in a moment. So back to the slide. So including the budgeted transfers, our surplus, you could then estimate our surplus at $11.2 million. And there's different ways to do the math on which line to put first, but the bottom line is that we would be looking at utilizing fund balance of about $2 million at the end of the year, which also leaves very little room for any adjustments throughout the year. So that's where we started off. On July 1st, we had $1.8 million in contract encumbrance carry forwards from the prior year, mostly due to encumbered contracts and grants that were ongoing from the prior year. So that impacted our adjusted year budget. Additionally, the City Council has approved a few budget adjustments shown here on the slide, including the public safety radios and bond proceeds, which essentially netted to zero, and then a few other small adjustments for the holiday stroll, the fire department's fleet services contract, and a police department Office of Traffic Safety grant. So taking those changes into account, the results from the adopted budget plus adjustments on the previous slide are shown here on this slide for the adjusted budget. With year-to-date budget activity, the deficit after transfers is about $3.9 million. So going from the adopted to the adjusted budget, the primary difference was those encumbered contracts that were carried forward from the prior year, totaling about $1.8 million. Okay, so I first mentioned transfers on the previous slide, but here I just wanted to provide a few more details. So Table 1 in the attached mid-year report shows the revenues plus transfers in, and then a total of all funding sources. Table 3 shows all expenditures plus transfers out, and then a total of all general fund uses. So going forward, our budget documents will include transfers in their own categories at the end of revenues and expenditures. Now, I wanted to note that there will be no change to how our financial reports are shown because, again, we were doing all of these year-end reconciliations and journal entries to get our financials correctly showing to be compliant with GASB rules. But we really wanted to incorporate this change in fiscal year 26 in our budget and in our chart of accounts before our new auditors are on board, and also to prevent those avoidable entries at the end of the year, because it's really unnecessary work if we could just get it right in our chart of accounts at this point. And so with this change, we can really hit the ground running with our new auditors and, again, eliminate these end-of-year reconciliations. So the numbers on the slide here are as budgeted, but with a few year-end adjustments to the county parking lots fund, the street lighting fund, just based on the year-end projections provided by staff, but totaling about $8.6 million. So over the last 2 months, city staff across all departments have been reviewing their budget data and developing year-end projections for all revenue and expenditure accounts. The first column on this slide summarizes the mid-year projection. The middle column adds the transfers in and out, and the final column on the right is the total. So comparing to our current adjusted budget, the projected deficit at year-end is about $4.4 million. So I know this may not sound like great news across these last slides. However, I just want to remind you that we tend to be very conservative with our revenue estimates and overestimate our year-end expenditures, and then we tend to end the year in a lot better position. So over the last few years, we've also ranged between $1.1 million and $1.8 million in contract encumbrance carry forwards, which will also reduce this number. So the next few slides, I'll walk through a few general fund highlights based on these year-end projections that staff has been working on over the last month. So overall revenues are estimated to end the year almost $2 million higher than the current budget. So I'm just going to run through a few highlights here. So property tax is expected to total about $47 million at the end of the year. And this figure is estimated with help from our HDL, property tax consultants, HDL. Taxable revenues within the city increased by about 0.8% from where we estimated when we were developing last year's budget. So we always budget close to HDL's projection, and then once we receive the new county data, we do a slight adjustment at mid-year. So factors that contributed to this increase in taxable property values include, as you know, a high demand for single-family homes, low inventory within the city, and higher sales prices over the last few years. Sales tax, we expect about $11.5 million for the year, but it's almost flat by comparison, only increasing about $89,000. Fluctuations in a few sales tax categories, including general consumer goods and service stations. These increases, however, were offset by changes to restaurants and hotels, food and drugs, and the business and industry categories. So I'm sorry, I misspoke there. The reductions were in general consumer goods and service stations, and those were offset by increases in the restaurants and hotels and the food and drugs categories. So the sales and use tax line, that's our 1% Bradley Burns sales tax rate. And that is different than the Measure MOB TUT line below it, which is a transactions and use tax. So while the sales tax, the 1%, applies where a sale is negotiated, TOT is destination-based, meaning it applies to where the item is delivered or used, which is great news for us because our residents' online shopping habits are really benefiting the city when it comes to our transactions and use tax. We estimate at the beginning of the year based on kind of conservative estimates, since this is a new tax and we aren't exactly sure where the online and other payments are trending. So that's why you've seen, I think I mentioned an increase at the quarterly budget report. Now we're seeing another increase here. So once we have a few years of this transactions and use tax in place, we will get better at estimating this in the future. But so far, good news here of it going, expected to increase some more by the end of the year. Transient occupancy tax, as you know, is a tax through our hotels and motels within the city. This has been relatively stable and trending almost exactly at budget. Short-term rental, TOT, we do separate out into its own line. And this is for short-term rentals operating within the coastal zone. We currently have about 190 licensed short-term rentals. Now, the upcoming FIFA World Cup and other regional events are expected to impact both hotel TOT and short-term rental TOT. At our last quarterly update, too, I think I mentioned short-term rental tax was trending down due to a large operator in town who operates several properties, and I mentioned we were taking measures to kind of escalate how we were working with this operator to get them to pay and be in compliance. Since then, they paid about 40% of what they owe us, but there is another deadline on the 20th of this month, and so if it's not fully paid by then we will be escalating it further. But we're making some headway. Business license tax. So with this increase of about $150,000, we expect to end the year about $6 million. The business license renewal period has begun, with renewal forms going out at the beginning of February. If you haven't received your renewal, please email us at businesslicense@manhattanbeach.gov or contact us at City Hall. With our new business licensing partners, HDL, and our ability to accept online payments, paying your business license tax is more convenient than ever to renew and apply online. Additionally, we implemented the new HDL discovery and compliance services in the last year, which also is significantly driven our higher tax projections. So the projected revenue of $6 million can also be broken down by about, we're recovering about $829,000 in the discovery program alone this fiscal year. So that's new revenue to the city just from the discovery and compliance team's work at HDL. So that's really great news. So that's exceeded our initial expectations of about $550,000 from that program. Then they've also recovered about $168,000 in compliance payments. That's driven by delinquent accounts. So again, if they're late, we're doing extra outreach letters and getting delinquent accounts to be paid. And then we've also collected about $215,000 from other new businesses in the city. So year-to-date renewal payments is only about $268,000 so far. However, we just sent out the renewals, and we do anticipate to exceed what we received last fiscal year. Building permits and plan check fees, we also expect about $6 million here. Now, the building permits are projected at budget. However, plan check fees are expecting an increase of about $1.5 million due to the high demand related to several large project submittals in the city. And you'll also see kind of a corresponding increase in expenditures for plan check services to do the work. So fines includes parking citation revenue, and those are trending down about $126,000. I think our police department had some vacancies in CSOs earlier in the year, so citations were trending down a little, but I know they're staffing up, and we expect that trend to not continue next fiscal year. Service charges are projected to be under budget by about $136,000, And this decrease is primarily due to adjustments in the cost recovery, traffic engineering services, some new residential unit fees, and older adult activities. The operating service transfers line that you see here, the decrease of $500,000, that line is actually for engineering service charges. So when our staff engineers are working on a project that's funded by gas tax or the water fund or the sewer fund, they track their time, kind of like an attorney tracks their billable hours to projects, and then we charge those special revenue and enterprise funds for their time. And then we transfer that money into the general fund to offset their salaries and benefits. So when we developed the budget last year, I think our engineering team was almost fully staffed, and they were trending at a much higher rate. However, there are several vacancies in our engineering division right now that's directly impacting this number. So I know they're kind of backfilling with some contract services to keep projects going. However, it is impacting us here in our engineering service charges. So together, these general fund revenues are projected to end of the year about $131 million. Overall, we are trying to be conservative and realistic in our projections and do usually end the year higher. I think the key takeaways here is that we're seeing a flattening of sales tax and TOT right now due to economic forces impacting consumer behavior and travel. But we are hopeful that with the regional events coming up, that maybe we'll see some boost there. Okay, so general fund expenditure highlights. Our year-end projections are estimated nearly $2.2 million higher than budget, again, mostly due to those contract carry-forwards. And then you also see here at the last row, those interfund transfers out being added. So going back to the top, salaries and wages total about $47 million of our general fund budget. And now a couple of factors here are impacting this overage. Sworn employee salaries and sworn overtime costs are trending up. Additionally, our fiscal year 26 budget included a 6% vacancy factor to account for savings upfront from unfilled positions. Now, previous years, the same trend is occurring this year, that although we have this vacancy factor included in the budget, there's work that just has to be done. So we end up backfilling with part-time or overtime or contract services to keep up with the workload, and then any savings due to the vacant positions just doesn't materialize. So employee benefits, slightly over budget again, and that kind of tracks with the salary increase overruns there. So contract and professional services, that's the largest increase here. A significant portion of the $1.4 million is related to contract services. That's about $900,000, and then legal services of almost $500,000. So and we'll get into a little bit more detail on that in a moment on the slide with the expenditure adjustments. Materials and services, this variance is due to some increases in bank service charges and some training, post-training, but that's also balanced by savings in uniforms and memberships and dues. The utilities, that's lower than budget by almost $300,000. This was due to anticipated rate increases in mostly electricity that didn't come to fruition, so our budget was over than what we're seeing now in our bills. So, and then we have some other minor adjustments and internal service charges, property and equipment, and the other lines, but the big adjustment at the bottom, again, is that interfund transfers out that we are moving into the expenditures categories. All right, so to align the budget with these year-end projections, staff is recommending 8 revenue adjustments in the general fund. So this includes plan check revenues of $1.5 million. Lines 2 and 3 are just some minor adjustments related to a grant and mutual aid overtime reimbursements. Row 4 is an adjustment to property tax based on the new figure for SS valuation that we received. Line 5 is the transactions and use tax, MMB funds that were seeing an increase than the previous projection of about $500,000. Line 6 are those interfund transfers coming in from the county parking lots fund. Line 7 is that adjustment to engineering operating service transfers I explained a moment ago. And the last line is an adjustment to parking citations and other fines that are, again, trending lower than expected over the year. So altogether, these revenue adjustments are total about an increase of $200,000. Sorry, $2 million. Okay, so general fund expenditure adjustments. Again, we're recommending these budget adjustments to align the budget with our year-end projections. So lines 1 and 2 account for necessary contract services for community development department due to increased development activity that's requiring additional plan check and inspections to keep up with demand. Line 3 includes several different items, including legal services, some consulting for financial analysis, and then polling services, all related to the business license code updates that we are currently researching. And this, we are bringing an item before the City Council on March 3rd with some business license code adjustments and kind of cleanup language. And with that item too, we'll be discussing kind of the next phase of this project to update our business license regulations. Row 4 is a little bit of cleanup related to the cost of issuance expenditures related to the COPs that we issued in August. Again, row 5 are those transfers out. Row 6 are the bank service charges that are trending higher as more customers continue to take advantage of online payments. And then the last 3 lines, are some fire department sworn overtime adjustments. They currently have 3 vacancies and are required to use overtime to meet their minimum staffing requirements, as well as some anticipated increases in staffing required during the World Cup coming up. So they're expecting to staff up for that. All right, so rows 10 and 11 are within our Human Resources Department, and we are needing to increase legal services and consultant services based on year-to-date activity in those areas. Row 12 is the Chamber of Commerce annual agreement that was approved by the City Council a few months ago. And here we're just including the mid-year budget. Row 13 is a little bit unique. This row for $332,000 is actually a multi-year adjustment that we've been, there was a pending litigation case, and we were tracking city attorney office staff time in a balance sheet account because we thought we might get reimbursement for it. However, there was a settlement agreement we received smaller than expected, so these remaining funds are expenditures that need to be classified within expenditures. So we are moving these transactions from the balance sheet account into expenditures. And unfortunately, even though it's multi-year, it still will all hit in the current year. And then the last 2 lines are some savings in utilities and overtime special events that are based on current year trends. And the adjusted budget includes, regarding the overtime special events, so the adjusted budget included a police department OTS grant that was awarded this year, but however, the expenditures or revenues may not be spent and received until next fiscal year. So some revenue adjustments in other funds are shown here, and these are mostly related to capital projects and grants, and so staff is just doing some adjustments to clean these up. The 28th Street project is being reallocated to the grants fund for easier tracking by staff, and the last item is an adjustment to a grant that won't be fully reimbursed as expected. So we also have some budget adjustments recommended in other funds that are required so that the actual expenditures in the funds do not exceed the budgeted expenditures. So in the CIP fund, again, we were just doing a little cleanup on our cost of issuance and debt service costs for those COPs issued in August. Lines 2 and 3 are in the insurance reserve fund. Unemployment claims and claims paid are trending higher than expected, and so we're requesting a budget appropriation there. Then the next several lines are some CIP-related adjustments in various special revenue funds. Excuse me, again, to bring the current budgets in line with the anticipated funding allocations of the projects. And the last line there, row 10, is an increase of $50,000 in the CIP fund for necessary work related to the HVAC system screening on the roof of Fire Station 2 that is required.
Libby, might I suggest, first of all, maybe you want to get a glass of water, have some water, and then second, I'm looking at the time, and if we are going to need to extend the meeting, we probably might as well just take a moment and take a vote on the meeting?
Thank you.
All right, so why don't we break for that? Is there a motion to extend the meeting beyond 11 o'clock?
Oh, wait, I'm trying.
It's a motion by Councilmember Howarth with a second by Councilmember Charbonnet. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
You good?
Thank you. So this slide, I think this is almost the last time I'm going to mention transfers, but a key thing to remember is that a transfer out must be offset by a transfer in. So these adjustments on slide 15 are kind of the other side to the general fund transfers in and out. So anything going into the general fund is coming out of the other fund listed on the left side there in the first table. And in the bottom table are revenue adjustments in other funds that are coming from the general fund. You'll also notice the pier and parking fund transfers. If you recall, that was an interfund loan that we did a few years ago, and then we've been slowly paying it back. This is the last payment back into the pier fund, and we did that so that the engineering division could complete the beautiful pier railings project in a faster pace. So to summarize the mid-year adjustments that I just ran through, the proposed budget adjustments would align the budget with our year-end projections and implement the new methodology for interfund transfers. Our request includes adjustments identified in attachment 1, plus those additional transfer adjustments in other funds that I identified in slide 15. So a few other items that I'm bringing forward for City Council consideration tonight. In July 2025, the Roundhouse Aquarium requested funding support from the city, and the City Council directed staff to obtain more information to support the request. Upon further discussion, the Roundhouse Aquarium provided a revised request of $80,000 annually over the next 3 years to fund repairs, maintenance, and equipment replacement purchases. And I know we've received several emails regarding this item, and I do believe we have some members in the audience too, and they may want to speak during public comments. Just a quick update regarding the insurance fund. A moment ago, I did mention that $1 million increase to claims paid for liability claims that are trending higher in the city. During our fiscal year 25 year-end update report on October 21st, we also mentioned that the insurance fund is not meeting our current reserve policy of $8 million by a shortfall of about $1.7 million. Since this is a mid-year budget update, I wanted to keep this on your radar. As I also mentioned, we're also trending higher, even higher again this year, and needing that additional appropriation. So knowing our year-to-date is higher, we have also engaged an actuarial firm to help us with other funding strategies for a long-term solution. Since this study is just beginning, I included the option if you'd like to go ahead and do a transfer in fiscal year 26 now, or wait until we can fully complete the study and then hopefully come back to you with a fully developed plan. So lastly, one potential staffing change request being put forward by our police department. They are requesting advance authorization to establish a classification of Deputy Police Chief for fiscal year '27. This position would enhance administrative capacity and support for the police chief with the increasing organizational, regulatory, and community engagement demands of the role. The new position will be offset by 2 longstanding vacant police officer positions with no anticipated impact to service delivery. The estimated net budget impact of fiscal year '27 is about $91,000. So just quickly, our fiscal year '27 budget timeline. As Amy mentioned during the community announcements, we have a budget survey that is live through the end of February. And we look forward to sharing those results publicly with our proposed budget presentation on May 5th, which is our next public meeting regarding the budget. After the proposed budget presentation, we expect to have at least one budget study session, probably on May 12th or 26th, and then we could also discuss the budget, if you'd like, on May 19th. Then adoption of the budget is scheduled for the June 2nd City Council meeting, and after the budget's adopted, it will go into effect at the start of our new fiscal year on July 1st. So with that, our recommended actions tonight. Staff recommends that the City Council receive the mid-year report for fiscal year '26 and the fiscal year '27 budget development calendar, and then as identified in attachment 1, appropriate the $11.1 million from the general fund and adjust revenues by the $2 million there. And then it's appropriate about $1.2 million from the other funds and adjust revenues down by that $37,000, again, as identified in attachment 1. But then if we could also include the additional transfer adjustments in other funds as identified on slide 15. And then the 3 final items for consideration would be the Roundhouse Aquarium request, the potential transfer from the general fund to the insurance reserve fund, if you'd like to go ahead and do that with this mid-year report. And lastly is that proposed police department staffing adjustment. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Libby. Maybe you want to redo that one more time?
Oh, yeah, from the top. And we also have a lot of representatives from other departments here, so if there are any questions about certain items, I'm sure they will be happy to jump in and answer questions.
Terrific. So let me turn it over to council. Council member questions. You want to start it off? I welcome a bigger picture understanding of where our budget is, particularly as we have these supplemental requests and this one-time transfer to align us with what is being recommended by our auditors. Help us understand, maybe just in more common language, and I've followed and tracked the different recommendations. Where are we?
Great question. I'm trying to decide where to start. So, the change to the transfers, that was included in the adopted budget. So the only change we're making there is just it's a change on our chart of accounts that we see internally in our ERP system, but presentation-wise, it will change it a little bit in our budget. So, but we're not changing the numbers or anything like that. Like that was already decided when the budget was adopted. So we are looking at dipping into fund balance if all of our projections are accurate. However, over several years, we've gone back and researched this again just recently too. Our revenues, traditionally, we are very conservative in our estimates, and then in the year higher, the expenditures always come in under our estimates. So I very much believe that we will end the year in a better position than what we're estimating today. Just because of the nature of what we do is we're very conservative on the revenues and then tend to try to be realistic with our expenditures just in case we end up spending that much.
Any other council member questions at this point, or do we want to entertain public comment first, and then we can have some more questions as well? Member Tim Franklin, did you want to ask a question?
No, I'll go after public.
Which case? Thank you. In which case we'll open. No?
Wait a minute. So
This is our opportunity to ask
If you would like,
questions.
ask questions now, please.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to get a better understanding of the OTS request. Can we get a presentation or representative since they've been waiting patiently?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Any objection?
Yeah.
No?
Thank you. Start with staff and then go to OTS, but we will hear from OTS. Okay, great.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Brittany Coker-Moen, Environmental Programs Administrator. The OTS request is coming back to you in this mid-year budget item to follow up on the initial request from, I'm forgetting the month now, but earlier this fiscal year, later last calendar year. The OTS is requesting funds to support with repairs and maintenance as well as equipment replacement to keep the Roundhouse Aquarium operational in light of some budget projections that they have made that I'm sure they can also talk more to as well. The change that you're seeing from the original request being $110,000 and the new request being $80,000 is that the original request also included an amount set aside for a reserve fund in anticipation of continued equipment failures that would need to be replaced. After the original conversation that the City Council had back in, I believe, September, and the perceived desire for what the city wanted to fund, they did revise that request and they removed that allocation towards the reserve fund. So the current request is just asking for assistance to cover equipment repairs, replacements for life support systems, tank systems, and other general maintenance to keep everything operating. And that amount was based on their previous fiscal year's actual cost of those three items: repairs, maintenance, and equipment replacements. Last fiscal year was about $91,000. And the year before that, if I'm remembering correctly, was a little bit over $200,000. So it tends to fluctuate, but they're basing the request on last year's numbers.
I see Councilmember Sherillian. Do you have a question?
Yes. Libby, real quick question on the OTS. Where is that money coming from? Is it the general fund or undesignated or?
It would need to come from the general fund.
Is there money in the state pier lot to be able to dip into? I mean, we increased those rates by $1. There should be a significant buildup in there at some point to be able to take, not hit the general fund and be able to use a fund that will support like the state pier.
We did look into our agreement with the state regarding the pier last year, and as I recall, it didn't seem like a clear use in that agreement because that agreement with the state that says that we can use the parking lot funds for specific things related to the parking lots and the comfort station, and we weren't sure that the roundhouse fell into that category, so we felt it was safer to utilize the general fund.
Got you. And then I thought there was at some point we had money in the pier fund to look at the pier structure and seismic, but it was from that. It was from the parking fund to look at the pier structure and seismic. So I wonder how we were able to budget that from the pier fund, but we can't budget this, which is an object on the pier itself.
Yeah, that's a good question, and it could have been the first time we looked into it was when they were proposing some other uses of the funds, so I would have to revisit that quickly and get back to the council.
Got you. And then was that reviewed by finance or by legal to determine that language is not like appropriate to use?
The agreement?
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't think legal looked at it. I think it was staff's assessment of it. But
Okay.
we can definitely look into it again.
Yeah, I just would be curious as to the interpretation of it. And if we can utilize it, I'm supportive of it 100%. But it would be nice not to, we increase those parking rates and those parking lots at the beach lot. It's a state lot. Yes, some of the money could go towards parking, but I thought it was broader that, since it's a state pier, that some of the operations, and we've utilized them in the past, so maybe.
Yeah, and the other thing I just remembered was that you're correct that we did use pier funds for that structural assessment of the pier itself. I'm looking at our city engineer. I don't know if we have any preliminary results from that yet, but I think we were kind of trying to hold on to some of those funds in anticipation of potential structural needs for the pier itself that might be coming down the road.
Right, and I think that structural pier stuff is going to be a lot more money than being able to utilize it for the operation of something that's on the state structure. But in any case, maybe you can come back and let us know. With that, can you tell us, I think the mayor asked for some clarity, and you and I spoke with the city manager present today for about an hour, so thank you for clarifying some things for me as a former finance director, because it looked a little not clear. But can you tell us and the community what the structural surplus is estimated? I think it's on one of these slides here.
Yes.
Just for the general fund. I think it's on slide 5. I'm seeing like 4.5 million structural surplus outside of transfers.
So this is the adjusted budget if we want to use. Slide 7. So this is based on our year-end projections. So the first number before transfers, the surplus deficit line is that $17 million. So I think the number you're trying to get to is removing those one-time bond proceeds of $13.2 million. So that's about the $4 million there. So, but again, if we're transferring more than that, then we're ending the year by utilizing fund balance.
I just wanted clarity in the sense of, because this is a full philosophical fundamental change of the way that we're showing the transfers, where before we used to come at mid-year and show a surplus, a structural surplus, which is above the line, which is revenues over expenditures, and then show the transfers beneath that. But the structural deficit or the structural surplus is the revenues in the general fund less the expenditures. So is that, you're saying that's $4.4 million? The general fund, like just this, yes?
Yeah, about that.
Okay, so thank you.
So we are, we'll be working on refining our presentation as well in the budget document that you'll be seeing in May. But this is a very standard practice across cities, and so it's one we're ready to implement here as well.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, to continue with the OTS. So this is the first time this request has been made of council?
No, they first came to council in, was it July of last year? June or July of last year when we were, I think it was June, when we were trying to adopt the budget. So.
Oh, okay, but in the sense of, has the city ever, contributed towards the maintenance and upkeep of the lab or, the OTS or?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Can we just get a sense of, why is this now? I mean, they've been able to fund repairs and everything like that. So just want to get a sense of why, why are they asking for this now? And
I'm sure if you'd like.
I understand the need for maintenance and everything, but just want to find out. And is it going to be, after the 3 years, is it projected that it's going to be another 3 years? Or?
Would you like to hear from representatives from OTS now?
Good evening, Mayor Lesser, council members, and our amazing city team that's still here. My name is Robin Curran, and I've I have the privilege of serving as executive director of both the Harrison Greenberg Memorial Foundation and the Skechers Foundation. In 2018, I helped lead a successful effort to raise more than $5 million to revitalize the Roundhouse Aquarium in memory of Harrison Greenberg, the eldest child of Michael and Wendy Greenberg. The Roundhouse Aquarium operates through a public-private partnership with the city. This collaboration was formed because the Roundhouse belongs to the entire Manhattan Beach community, not to a single nonprofit. That effort proved what public-private teamwork can achieve. Together, we delivered a brighter, safer, brand-new aquarium for everyone to enjoy while still maintaining the history of the site, which is so important to the fabric of our community. Today, the Roundhouse stands as the crown jewel of Manhattan Beach. It welcomes hundreds of thousands of visitors annually, lifts local businesses, and provides free, hands-on marine science education to children in our community and to many across the Los Angeles County. For many children from the underserved community, it is their first visit to the beach and their first sight of the Pacific Ocean. To these kids, the world suddenly seems enormous and magical. Their smiling and surprised faces will melt your heart. For all kids, it is a place of wonder, learning, and beauty. The crown jewel, or the Eiffel Tower of Manhattan Beach, as Amy Howarth has described it, is the centerpiece of our community. The picture postcard at the end of the pier for every holiday season, the site of countless Instagram-worthy engagements, the meeting place for friends and families, and always the breathtaking moment at your crest, as you crest the hill of Manhattan Beach Boulevard and see the incredible Pacific Ocean beyond our beautiful Roundhouse. While the Roundhouse Aquarium is a shared treasure, it is also a shared responsibility. The sun, saltwater, heavy usage take a toll on this facility and compound maintenance needs. Regular upkeep is essential not only to preserve this beloved landmark of Manhattan Beach, but also to sustain a safe, welcoming, and inspiring experience for every visitor. It's been 8 years since we built the new aquarium together, and now is the time to step forward again and join our efforts to keep this gem in its most beautiful condition as we gear up for many visitors sure to set foot in our city during the upcoming World Cup, Super Bowl, and Olympics. We want this landmark to welcome everyone in the most spectacular way. So today, I respectfully ask for your financial support to help the Roundhouse. I ask that you consider a funding path that keeps the Roundhouse Aquarium the shiny and accessible treasure of Manhattan Beach for all of us to cherish. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Good, thank you.
Member Tim? Any further questions or comments?
Well, just, do you foresee this having to proceed in the future once this maintenance is done? Is it a complete overhaul? You're going to replace all the?
It's
all
ongoing
the
maintenance and upkeep. I strongly believe, I mean, raising money is not easy, and this is owned by the community and the city of Manhattan Beach.
Oh, sure.
It's like, you know, it's our historical building, and the city should, join us and work together. I think you could answer a little more on that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks very much, Robin. So I think Robin has laid out the basic rationale why the Roundhouse is so important to this community. To address Mayor Pro Tem Franklin's question, why now? We're facing several issues that are of concern. We're going to lose money this year. Projection is $85,000. We would have lost money last year, but for the efforts of Robin and Michael Greenberg, who, through their splash event, raised almost $250,000 for us. Had that event not occurred, we would have lost money last year. We lost money the year before last, when we didn't have a splash event. So the current situation we're in is if we want to continue to operate at our current level, we're dependent on Splash. Skechers has been sold. It's now owned by a private equity fund. Obviously, we hope we'll continue to get support. We'll hope there'll be a future Splash. We can't guarantee it. We don't know it will be there. We want to make sure that for this community, the aquarium will be there. It will be in good shape. It will be safe. It will be clean. It will be attractive. It will be the type of iconic institution that it has been for the city for many years. And if I could add just one more item with respect to the parking revenues. So I would ask the city staff to take a look at Section 4 of what I believe is the governing agreement between the state and the city, which talks about the parking revenues being available for maintenance and operation of said property. And said property refers throughout the agreement to the entire state-owned property. So it would include the pier and the roundhouse in our view. So we do think that that is a potential additional source of revenue for the maintenance request that we're putting in. And I would emphasize the money we're seeking is only to be used for maintenance, repair, and replacement as necessary of equipment that's used to run the roundhouse. So it will be helping keep that aquarium attractive and safe for the general public, which is why we view it as an investment in a public asset, which is part of what makes the city special. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions that council might have.
Anything further?
I'm finished, yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Thank you. I had just a follow-up question with regard to the staffing change. First, I want to ask about the officers. Those of us on council at the time that we upgraded the number of sworn from 65 to 72, it was important to have more foot patrol, more officers on the street. And to the extent that we have been unable to recruit up to the full 72, the prior council had a whole item on one of its meetings to discuss incentives that we could use to entice attracting more officers. I want to better understand, and this is maybe above and beyond the mid-year budget discussion, what more we might want to consider if the goal of council remains to have a total sworn of 72 officers.
So thank you, Mayor Lesser, for the question. I will tell you this, that as you know, we've remained very grateful to the council for approving improvements to our staff in fiscal year 23 to add 7 officers and 3 professional staff members. We are actually 6 vacancies away from fully staffing the police department with officers at the number of 72, with 1 in the academy that we don't count against that 6, and 3 more scheduled to go to an academy in March or April that we also don't count against that 6. So that's 4 persons that are in the academy and currently in our pipeline to become part of our police department. As the council is well aware, there remain challenges to getting people through our hiring process. The process takes about 12 to 18 months, and that's inclusive of the academy. And the filtering process, as I like to refer to it, from when we start recruiting to interviews to the academy to fill training, and then finally the probationary period, that takes a significant amount of time, and not every candidate, while we hire for their moral and their ethics and their integrity, not every one of those folks is able to make it through our field training program. In fiscal year 23, we hired 8. Fiscal year 24, we hired 6. Fiscal year 25, we hired 9, and so far this fiscal year, we've onboarded 4 that have graduated from the academy since October. So we are very, very close to reaching our goals. Since February of last year, we've put 70 police academy trainees in backgrounds. Of those 70, 42 failed, 3 voluntarily withdrew. We were able to hire 8, and 17 are currently within backgrounds. And that's just for the police officer position. So we are firing on all cylinders with regard to recruitment. The challenge is both across the profession in every police department, and also generational in terms of the amount of training and time it takes for our new hires to be onboarded as police officers. So while the council has been very generous in increasing our referral incentive since 2023, it used to be $2,000 and now it's tied to the 10% of the police academy trainee salary, as well as increasing our bonuses that we offer to lateral and academy graduates from a fixed cost to 3 to 10% of their first year salary. Those are very, very generous incentives, and our lateral employees have taken full advantage of those. And I will, submit to the council before I shut up for a moment that there is a point of diminishing returns with bonuses. People want to work where they want to work, and if that place where they want to work happens to offer a bonus, all the better for them. So while bonuses are effective, I think what also is effective is culture. Some of the things that the council approved in 2023 as well, which is the active and fit subscriptions to the call map. The police department has a robust, regionally renowned wellness program where we send our officers on retreats and create opportunities for them to avoid stress and burnout and to remain well and have the career in law enforcement that they want. All of those things, from both recruitment and retention and having a culture where people want to be, those are our strengths, and that's why we are just a handful of folks away, Lord willing, and everybody gets off training from being fully staffed with the police officer position.
So if council wanted to explore other incentives to keep that number 72 in sight, that would probably be the subject of a further discussion. What would be the pathway to being able to explore what other incentives we might want to offer?
Well, certainly.
And I heard you, by the way, when you said diminishing returns and mentioned these other characteristics, but I'm just curious how we would get there.
Well, there's something that we did for a year in 2024, which is we offered the sworn officers 100 hours of non-cashable leave that expired after 2 years. We offered that to all sworn officers in the police department. It was very well received and very much appreciated. So things like that are also retention incentives that are one-time, not necessarily ongoing costs as well. What I've seen in the region is creating an atmosphere where people want to be, a training program where people can thrive and get mentorship. Those are really the stock and trade for how we have gotten where we have gotten this year in terms of backgrounds. Putting 70 people in backgrounds just at the trainee position, to say nothing of a half dozen academy graduate backgrounds and 4 lateral backgrounds that we've done all within the last 12 months. We are certainly seeing the benefits of that increased engagement at hiring fairs, our intern program, our Explorer program, and continuing to engage with some of the police academies where recruits self-sponsor themselves and picking up those recruits as they go through the academy.
Chief, you've heard the public comment raising questions about a deputy chief position.
Yes, sir.
And wondering why we need to change our current structure that has been in place for many years of having 2 captains.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to address them?
Absolutely, and I appreciate the opportunity. So when I was appointed in August 2022, the department was in a period of significant transition. Like many agencies, we were emerging from COVID while also navigating a wave of retirements, including at the executive level. This combination created understandable gaps in continuity and our organizational depth. Now, I inherited a department filled with dedicated professionals who care deeply about this community. It continues to amaze me how deep the roots go for our employees in this community. But the structure we had in place, the structure we have now, was designed for a different era of policing. Our work had become siloed, policy development had not kept pace with the increasing complexity of our profession, staff work practices needed modernization, accountability systems required strengthening. Now, over the past 3 years, I've asked our managers and our executives to raise the bar in their professionalism, in their expectations, and in the quality of their work. And I will tell you this, every person has stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park. We have made measurable progress in strengthening our cohesion, improving our policy development, and building a culture of accountability. But the demands placed on this department today are fundamentally different than they were even 5 years ago. The role of a municipal police chief has expanded dramatically. The volume of public records requests and information demands has increased. Legislative activity impacting law enforcement is constant. We must actively monitor and respond to proposed legislation that affects our ability to serve this community on a day-to-day, real-world basis. We must continue to audit our systems for reliability and compliance. And at the same time, we're doing all of that. We're preparing for the World Cup. We're preparing for the Olympics. These events that will require coordination, planning, and executive-level engagement. Community expectations for visibility, transparency, and responsiveness have never been higher. This isn't a complaint. It's a reality of modern policing. The question before us is whether our leadership structure reflects that reality. A deputy chief position is not about adding bureaucracy. It's about building executive capacity. It allows us to divide responsibilities strategically, with one executive focused internally on systems, personnel development, policy and compliance, and the other focused on externally on regional coordination, legislative engagement, community expectations, and long-term strategy. Without that capacity, everything's always competing, and the risk is that we become reactive instead of strategic. This position also affects boots on the ground. Strong executive oversight ensures that our captains and lieutenants remains focused on operations. It ensures our staffing models are evaluated continually. It strengthens retention through leadership support and accountability. When our executive structure is thin as it is now, the strain trickles down, and patrol, they ultimately feel it. This is also about succession planning. If we don't internally build leadership depth, we will not have it when we need it. Developing executive leaders requires opportunity, responsibility, and exposure. If we want future internal candidates who are prepared to lead this department, we must create a structure that allows them to grow into that role. My responsibility to you and to this entire community is not simply to maintain what we have. It is to ensure that 5 and 10 years from now, this department is stable, professional, accountable, and prepared for the complexity of the environment ahead. This job isn't what it used to be. The structure should reflect that. Establishing this position is a structural decision, one that strengthens leadership capacity, protects patrol operations, supports legislative engagement, and ensures long-term stability for this organization and our community.
Thank you, Chief. I see other council members have questions. Councilmember Tarnay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for that, giving us an overview of what you're seeking. I just have a question regarding, in the staff reports, is the position would be offset by 2 longstanding vacant police officer positions. So are we not filling those positions if we approve an assistant chief?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tarnay. We would, the council has traditionally given the police department ability to overhire by at least 2. So yes, we would still be filling those positions with the council's continued authority to overhire.
And would we be taking anybody off the streets? Is this, if we hire an assistant police chief, does this take budget or take resources away so that we won't have the fully staffed capacity to have officers on the street?
No, ma'am. This takes no one away from the street, and I'm very sensitive to the timing of this promotion, should the council approve it, to ensure that the trickle-down promotional effects do not impact our patrol staffing negatively at all.
And then, as far as the succession planning, if we don't hire an assistant chief, then what is the step up between, because as I understand it, the next level down is captain.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so what is the gap in experience between captain and a chief?
Well, that really depends on the captains you're speaking about and the chief you're speaking about. When I was hired as your police chief, I'd been a captain for about 2.5 years. The tenure of police chiefs really varies very, very widely in terms of what position they came from, because there's organizations like Culver City that have an assistant chief position in addition to 2 captains, or and other places like Gardena has a deputy chief position in addition to their 2 captains. So it really depends on the organization you come from. But generally speaking, the minimum requirement for an executive position such as the chief is usually 2 years of experience at a level similar to a captain or above.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Sharif.
Thank you, Chief. And my mic's not on. It's probably asleep. It's so late. So the 2 positions you indicated, and I'm aware of the overhires, so those are still ultimately, but they're going to be paid for out of the general fund. So
Yes.
it's a short-term overhire is the way I understand it.
Correct.
So I guess, to me, just, the way it's presented and I guess the optics, I am concerned about, it does look like you're taking 2 vacant police officers, taking those salaries and, adding a deputy chief. Why not just ask for a deputy chief?
Well, that's a great question, Councilmember Cerulean. I remain continually sensitive to adding additional headcount to our staffing, both from the space of being a good steward of the city's money, and also just, again, more headcount incurs more cost, down the line, as you well know. I would certainly not say no to a deputy chief position, but again, I do believe that with our ability to overhire and that us taking away these 2 officer positions will not negatively impact the police department, because even though they're supposed to be temporary and transitory to help us onboard folks before we have retirements, that onboarding is 12 to 18 months long to get these folks onboarded before retirement. So there's a significant period of time where we would have this turnover.
Got you. And then, asking about the incentives, you mentioned 3 to 10% of their salary. So maybe that's, $15,000, $18,000, whatever that number is. And at this time of me doing math in my head, what is the going dollar figure for incentives in the South Bay? And I know you and I had a conversation about, laterals and, laterals maybe, potentially having other issues or concerns coming over. So what, do you feel that $17,000 is a good number to recruit laterals? And the reason I ask that question is, as you mentioned, it takes it's a known fact that it takes 16 to 20 months somewhere in there to get somebody, the boots on the ground, all these people coming out of the academy, backgrounds, whatnot, where a lateral's time is, short and time is money. I guess, would it benefit to increase the incentive to a larger figure and phase it in and have a guarantee of like 5 years of that person working here, but make it a much larger incentive to get a lateral that might be boots on the ground running in about 4 to 6 months, and my timing could be off. But that 1 year of waiting for the half a dozen people that are going through the process, the field training and everything else, you get where I'm going. Can we help you with a $50,000 or $75,000 incentive that can be phased over, but you're actually going to be gaining money or saving money because ultimately you're hiring, and the goal is to put those boots on the ground out on patrol, because public safety is the number one thing for this community. So help me.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for the question. I can't talk about every agency's recruitment incentives because some of them have timelines on them, so they expire and they're not renewed, and it's very difficult to look at budget documents and tell what incentives have been approved over time. What I will submit to this council is that what I've learned from my peers in other agencies in the South Bay is that, yes, you can offer a lot of money for a recruitment incentive and it will get you a lot of applicants. But the rate of return on those number of applicants that you have to interview and sift through is about 1 to 3%. So we certainly could offer more money and it may attract more applicants, but I question whether or not it will attract people that we want to work in our city. And that's not to disparage anyone else, but to say that sometimes money can motivate people in the wrong ways. So certainly money is great, but I don't know that it's the answer to laterals. Laterals make decisions on a variety of factors. The fact that we offer 40 hours of sick time and 40 hours of vacation time now that we didn't do before, but that the council approved in 2023, that's very, very attractive to laterals. Paid parental leave that the council approved in some of the MOUs this year, that's very attractive to laterals. No one else is offering that. Heck, getting your birthday off is very attractive to laterals because it's not something you're seeing in other places. And so these other things that we've done for recruitment and retention are very beneficial. The last thing I will opine on from your questions is the size of the bonus. We would be offering this size of a bonus to essentially 2 or 3 people perhaps. If all of our academy trainees make it through the academy and the ones that just graduated made it off field training program, there would be a smaller number of people that we would be offering this bonus to. That's just how that math would work out. And what we have there would be a parity issue between our folks that we have brought in over the last handful of years that we've offered this bonus to, and then we have this last handful of employees that we were offering a significantly higher bonus to, and I question culturally how that impacts our department with how our current employees feel versus someone else coming in and getting a significantly larger signing bonus.
Got it. And did I hear you right that this recruitment, if this is approved, it would be a promotional recruitment?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be someone that is currently in the police department?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last thing is more of a comment. It's just very difficult optics-wise to come and have two officers make up for one deputy, for just optics to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you. So we've received a lot of comments, Chief, on kind of policing and comments to the effect of, well, we've always done it this way. We've been able to manage our city and enforce the law with the set amount of officers that we have. We're hearing that our residents want more officers on the street and less executives who they don't see as maybe valuable. How has the nature of crime changed during your tenure that would require more kind of executive level, I'd say management, than maybe in parallel with what our residents want on the street as well?
Well, thank you for the question, Councilwoman Tarnay, and I will start with our current staffing level. Since I arrived here, we've enjoyed successive years of crime reductions of 13.5% in 2024 and 6% in 2025, and that's with our current staffing. Now, very much a part of the question you asked was about visibility in the community and a feeling of safety. And so I realized that I can sit here and opine to you with statistics and tell you crime is going down, but that doesn't matter if you don't feel it. As we've heard earlier in this council meeting, we piloted a bike program, which will be coming back in some form, but part of the pilot was to see what worked and what didn't, and to engage what employees were looking for in terms of a position like that. Even though we don't have a bike team at present, we staffed a beach patrol throughout the entire summer, which was 2 officers every day, 6 days a week. Wednesday was the exception, to patrol our beaches in downtown, and they spend a significant amount of time on foot engaging with businesses, on the beach engaging with visitors and vendors and other things like that, as a highly visible position. We continue to provide security checks downtown in terms of our officers just patrolling downtown for the sake of being there. And I realize that I hear from the community all the time, well, I don't see the officers, and I get it, and the difficulty in seeing an officer. If an officer were to pass by me right now, at the top of the stairs, I would never know about it because my back's turned. And so oftentimes I believe a good bit of our engagement with the community can sometimes go unnoticed, just depending on where you are and your perspective. I heard a lot from community members in downtown Manhattan Beach that they had seen more officers downtown, but at the same time I heard from another business owner saying they never see people downtown, and so it's very difficult to quantify presence. But please know that as recently as my last week's staff meeting, we're constantly talking to our team about being visible in the community, ensuring that our community members feel that support, and this position won't take away from that. But in terms of the other part of your question, what things have changed that makes this so different, a lot of them are legislative mandates. And they're not going away, and they require a lot more staff time than we have ever spent on this before. I know that retired Captain Hagman talked about his retirement in 2021. Well, all the things I'm going to tell you about right now have happened either 2020 or later. And that's the Senate Bill 2, which it was enacted in 2021, which is about post-certification and decertification authority. It increases our internal affairs workload, our documentation standards, our reporting timelines, and our coordination with state oversight agencies. Assembly Bill 481, enacted in 2021, it was military equipment transparency. We come back to the council once a year and we talk about that. It requires our governing body, this body, to approve our military equipment use policies. It mandates annual public reporting on equipment use, costs, complaints, and acquisitions, and it requires public meetings and annual reauthorization. So this is ongoing policy maintenance, public reporting, audit preparation, and community engagement obligations. Number 3 is the Racial Identity and Profile Act reporting, which cities of our size were required to start doing in 2022. And it requires detailed collection and annual submission of every stop we make, every car stop or every pedestrian stop we make. We have to submit data to the DOJ on every stop that we make. This data is publicly analyzed for trends and disparities, and we must ensure accuracy and compliance, so it requires significant auditing. This requires access to data systems, quality control, executive review, and public accountability for reporting outcomes. Senate Bills 1421 and Senate Bill 16. These are expanded public records disclosure that also happened in 2021. It mandates public release of certain use of force and misconduct records. It significantly increases the Public Records Act request volume as well as the complexity. It requires careful legal review, redaction, and preparation of sensitive materials. And this has significantly increased our administrative workload. And we have a heightened compliance risk. It requires auditing. And finally, or close to finally, what I'll talk about is increased public communication and the expectations of a 24-hour news cycle. So beyond these statutory mandates that I've talked to you about, we have a changing operational environment from even a few years ago, which is an expanded use of social media for real-time updates, text-based emergency notifications like Everbridge, the weekly and monthly crime reports that we put out, the need and responsibility to have immediate public response following critical incidents, our increased communication with all of you, our elected officials at both the city and state level, and heightened scrutiny from the media who operates in a 24-hour news cycle and they're looking for stuff, right? Our community expects, and you expect, timely updates, transparent explanations, data-supported crime information, and immediate clarification on incidents. The impact of this is a continuous executive function requiring coordination, review, message development, legal vetting, and strategic timing. And all of this doesn't always occur so neatly inside traditional business hours or days of the week. We have continuing expectations that are elevated for our hiring standards. There's an ongoing legislative focus on peace officer education, certification in our standards. There's increased emphasis on documentation and the background review process, which again requires workforce planning and executive oversight. Cumulatively, these mandates and expectations increase executive level staff work and documentation requirements. They expand state reporting and oversight obligations. They heighten liability and compliance exposure. They require continuous policy modernization and audit functions. They significantly increase public records processing. They require active legislative monitoring and engagement. They create sustained communications demands within a 24-hour media environment. So there's a lot going on that wasn't happening even 5 years ago that, it's just added to the duties of a police chief to continue to plan operationally, plan strategically, while still meeting all of these mandates that have significantly evolved over the last 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes. Mayor, may I suggest the hour is late and there's a lot to digest here and we hadn't been given that much advance notice, is that we defer taking action on this, the police department request and to get more info.
Here's what I propose. I propose we open it up for public comment because we haven't done that yet, and then let's have a discussion because the hour is late. Thank you. Any further questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief. In which case, we now open this item up for public comment. Would any members of the public care to come down and speak on our mid-year budget review or any of the items we've been discussing?
It's 2 in the morning for me.
Wow, you went to New York. Had fun.
You've been traveling, so. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jill Lampkin, Chamber of Commerce. I was negligent in telling you how beautiful your outfit is tonight, Councilmember Charnay. Happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you.
I would like to speak about the Roundhouse Aquarium and the city's proposed involvement financially with them. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is the financial impact that it has on small businesses. And my role as the leader of the Chamber of Commerce is to represent business impact and how the city can positively support the small businesses within the community so that they can be sustainable. I am not going to talk about a lot of numbers, but I am just going to let you know that I was able to pull a Placer AI report for the last 5 years of visitors going to the Roundhouse exclusively. And for 5 years, the top 10 visits for before the pier and after the pier are small businesses within our community. Everything from Shellback to Uncle Bill's to Rockin' Fish to the Strand House to Let's see, Manhattan Beach Creamery. These are all Hennessy's, Ruco. Like if you look across the years, the people that go to the Roundhouse are supporting our business community, which supports our community in general. They provide sales tax. Our businesses stay in business. They provide business license taxes. It's a very important relationship between the Roundhouse and our community, not just for residents and visitors, but also for our businesses. And I want to make sure that we don't lose track of that in this conversation. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of council, Richard Montgomery, 38-year resident of Manhattan Beach. I want to start off by saying two things. I'm a big fan of Chief Johnson. I was on the team that hired her when I was on council. She's one of the third chief that I was here at the hiring process for. And she has a great command staff. Captain Aguilar, Captain Enriquez. I trust them with all of us in our lives and our families' lives. So let's get out of the way. But I'm here for two reasons. The obviously the OTS supporter, the Roundhouse being first. And less important is the idea of a deputy chief. Never in the city history, 114 years, we had a deputy chief. We didn't have one during COVID. We haven't had one in the last Super Bowl we had in our city. Never. Now, I think your captain for admin and the captain for patrol make perfect sense. Now, to Trillian's point earlier, good point, Steve. The council that I was on, all of us, we made overhires available only past the budgeted officers approved. We approved 7 2 years ago, budgeted. Overhires, when you get those positions filled, then you can go past that point, not in place of. So I don't think you want to go down that path of saying, well, let's put 2 on hold, the vacated positions until you hire them. They're not vacated anymore. Then we'll go to overhire mode. That's just not where they need to go. I think you want to keep many officers in that pipeline going as you can. And if Chief's right, that we get the other people going through the academy and they come back in 2 years ready to go, good for us. But we're still far behind. You don't want to make that swap. So yes, financially, $300,000, it's still fiscally responsible to make that change. Stick with 2 officers instead. And no other city in the South Bay I know of has a deputy chief. That's second. And number 3, do we need it? And if we so, why? Those are the key things to think about. Thank you for your time.
Any other members of the public care to comment on this item? If not, Martha, is anybody still on Zoom? I mean, is anybody wanting to speak on this item that's on Zoom?
We do. Heather Kim.
Very good.
Hi. Before my time starts, I just wanted to mention really quickly that I've been having issues with hearing the mics from the council members, not the podium. So I just wanted you to know I've had a couple people text me about that, and they're trying to get in, not on the Zoom, but via the phone because the volume was kind of low. So, okay, so that's my, that piece. So I might be repeating some things that maybe was already brought up by some council members. I think Ms. Tarnay was saying something. So anyways, here's my, my spiel about this. Let me see. Okay. The problem with using the 2 vacant police officer positions to pay for a new chief deputy position is that we will not be able to capture those 2 much needed officers later since there is no budget for them. Even though I just heard, yes, there might be a 2-person overage. But if we find a couple good officers, will we then fire the new deputy chief? No, we will simply permanently expand the government bureaucracy. About a week and a half ago, my dear friend and former mayor Suzanne Hadley's home was home alone when some thugs broke into her home on the 2nd story while she was hiding, and she had to hide inside a closet while on the phone with 911. MBPD had an amazingly quick response time that scared those thugs off before they could do more damage. This proves we need more police presence in our town, as cops serve as a deterrent first, not a deputy chief who is sitting behind a desk. Our police officers are truly the finest around. They don't need micromanaging. They need support by more boots on the ground. And that's exactly what the people of this town want. Businesses downtown have been begging for more visibility from police officers, and that includes the daily foot patrols. I have faith in the police chief and her abilities. I don't think we actually need another deputy police chief at this time, or maybe not ever. I also want to touch on the salaries of city employees. After reading up on Paul Wafer's research recently, I'm seriously concerned at how bloated we are right now. And it probably happened incrementally without it being noticed very much. Maybe we just didn't pay enough attention and it got slipped in, and these salary packages started getting crazily approved. Just so you know, we have this is probably some old data, but we have like 9 people, city employees making $400,000 or more, and that is the salary of the President of the United States. We also have 25 employees making between $300,000 and $400,000. So I really think that we have to start dodging some of whatever's going on in city council, in the city of Manhattan Beach. So I would really implore you guys to please.
Ms. Kim, if you could finish up with just one sentence, that'd be terrific.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it. We need to cut the fat somewhere, and we don't need a deputy police chief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public on Zoom?
There's no additional requests on Zoom.
In which case, we'll close public comment. Council.
Where were we?
I was going to, well, go ahead, Joe, because I thought you were going to make.
No, go ahead.
Councilmember Howard.
Thank you. Sorry, and I know Councilmember Sherlin, I do think, Councilmember Franklin, you had an excellent point, and it was even made a few minutes earlier. But your point that the hour is late and there's a lot to digest here, that perhaps, we could ask this to come back for the deputy chief. I will say I disagree with some of the comments, that we never had a deputy police chief, so we don't need a deputy police chief. And I know when the chief was talking about just legislative mandates alone, that really does change the amount of work that people are doing. And if this deputy chief can make it so that our captains or lieutenants or the sworn officers are not having to do some of that so they can be out in the street, that is actually contributing to more officers out there. Just want to make that point, but I'm also willing to discuss the merits at a later date. And I will say as well, I agree with supporting the Roundhouse. The Roundhouse has evolved. I've been here 30 years. And I do feel like we're always trying to one-up each other with how many years we've been here. But, and I know I don't look like I've lived here for 30 years. No, I'm just kidding. Late.
You were born here.
Yeah, thank you. Good one, Joe. Anyway, and it's evolved a lot. And I remember when, some of the folks were talking about it when they first started it, and they had to get rid of the thugs who had, taken up residence there, used it as their clubhouse, and kicked them out, and everybody went in, volunteers, and cleaned it out in one weekend, and then you had an aquarium, and then you had the Roundhouse. And it's a fabulous story. And it has evolved into a beautiful, beautiful facility. And when the Harrison Greenberg Foundation first came to us, there was sort of an implied, we were on the council at the time, and we knew it was going to cost more to maintain. And, we knew this was coming. Let's just say that. And I do want to take on that responsibility for so many reasons. You had the teacher, James Locke, who had been one of my son's teachers, so eloquently saying it's the living classroom. What Jill said about how it supports the small business, that was really great information. That's not just a story, that's just a fact. Thank you, AI overlords. But so I'm in support of that, but I'm also, again, it's a late hour. I think we do need to bring this back, but I wanted to get some of that out there.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Shreve.
Thank you. And yes, I too support the roundhouse and supporting the roundhouse. I think that's part of our city's landscape. It's our Statue of Liberty, and it gets utilized by many different groups in the city, outside the city, and enhances businesses. And I think this gentleman here, I appreciate, sorry, I don't remember your name, but, you know, there is a way that I feel we could fund it, not through the general fund, and we could fund it through that state pier fund, which the pier is a state pier. And I think, you know, maybe the city attorney could review the document and let us know. But if there is a funding source outside the general fund that we can utilize to help the operation or the maintenance of the roundhouse, I think it's part of our responsibility because it's such an important cornerstone of our community. The second item, I think the finance director brought up about the insurance fund update. I think it would be premature of us to take a look at it at this point of the $1 million appropriation. There's an option to do the transfer later until they had a full independent actuarial and funding strategies analysis that's completed. I think it's just short-sighted if we are just going to appropriate $1 million without really knowing, you know, it's like peeling back layers of the onion of not knowing what all that there is. Plus, they'll come back with a funding strategy. It won't be like, oh, just move $1 million from our general fund to the insurance fund because we're paying out more claims without really knowing the deep, you know, I'd have more questions, but it's a late hour, but I'll stop here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, I didn't mean to have such intense questioning about, you know, what's going on. We're doing something that is with precedent. You know, we have helped other organizations. I just wanted to get an idea of like what it was going to entail for these first 3 years and then following that. I fondly remember, you know, everything with the sleeping with the sharks. Yeah. You know, they were great babysitters. The wife and I could, you know, go away for a night, you know, because the staff took such good care of them and wore them out, and such a sense of adventure and everything for the children. And I see it too with the bus loads of kids coming down. So it's it's a touchstone for so many people. I had an idea that you should look into trademarking the pier shot. I see that in all the football games. You know, at SoFi, they show the pier and the roundhouse go after them for a trademark and raise some money. So in terms of the police request, that's why I want to kind of pull this out so that we can really dig into it a little bit more and more thoroughly to help us make the right decision on that. So bring that back at another day.
For my comments, I first want to express support for the interfund transfers. I respect Councilmember Sherillian's suggestion that we wait for the actuary to better understand our insurance fund. But with regard to the transfers being done at the recommendation of our auditor and to get ahead of this cycle, I am supportive of it. With regard to the Oceanic Teaching Station and the Roundhouse supporters, first I want to thank those that are in support of the city's making a contribution, for your staying through this evening. It's been a long evening, but to be able to evaluate this request in connection with our budget mid-year report has been helpful to understand what our resources are, to be able to see that contribution in that context. It just meant a longer evening for all of you. For my comments on that, I would say Councilmember Howarth and I had the privilege of serving on the council subcommittee that oversaw the Harrison Greenberg Foundation improvements. It really was an honor because one realizes how important the Roundhouse is to our community. It is more than just the individual pieces. It is, as was described eloquently, it's our iconic landmark. It is a part of our community, and I am in favor of contributing a portion to its ongoing maintenance inside. I had a full circle moment when I was in Montebello last month receiving an award for scouting, and a young man came up to me
and said, Manhattan Beach, I went and experienced the ocean for the first time when I was taken by a bus to see the ocean. And he came to the Roundhouse. He subsequently volunteered at the Roundhouse all the way from his part of LA County. It's an important part of our community. I echo the sentiments of my colleague. I think we need to return to the discussion about staffing and also incentives. I'd like to also understand, if we do not go forward with the deputy police chief, what other positions or resources would be needed to address this load that the chief eloquently describes. So with that, let me turn to my other colleagues. Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief because I know it is getting late. Thank you to everyone who's staying late to advocate for the Roundhouse. I think anybody who hasn't brought their kids, who hasn't brought their kids there, it's a sacrilege, right? I think everyone has a story of bringing your kids there and experiencing. And I think if you ask most residents about the Roundhouse, I think they think the city sponsors part of it already. So I'm supportive of us stepping up to do our part in preserving the gem and making sure that it's around for generations to come and outlast all of us. So I'm supportive of that, and I'm open to having the staffing issue come back at a time when we can discuss it further. And then I would be supportive of the auditor's recommendations on the transfers.
Thank you. Councilmember Sherrod.
On the budget timeline on page 20 of the slide, I guess, we're making some changes in the way we do the budgeting and those type of things. I guess it's always kind of concerned me that, council gets the proposed budget with all the asks, and we really never have an opportunity to put any of our input or anything that we want to add to the upcoming budget. It's kind of like, here's the budget. Obviously we can add things along the way, but it's the budget, then the department presentations, and then, so my point being is maybe it's through the work plan at night that we have it, that we can have a sidebar conversation about what type of things are important for our, as council, to add to the upcoming proposed budget versus being provided a proposed budget and us altering it by saying, oh, we would like to do this. It's not, something that I think is important, but.
I would say to that is the purpose of the work plan meeting specifically, and it's situated very specifically in February to get all that information from the council before we prepare the budget. So that truly is the purpose of the work plan.
That's great. It's the purpose. It's just never been used that way. So if we can make sure and have an option to be able to add, not just work plan as a city council work plan, but things that we can potentially that are important to us that we want to add to your budget, add to the budget coming up, the proposed budget. So just maybe keep that in mind.
Councilmember Howard.
Thank you. I'm going to try to bring us to a motion. If I could see, let's see, I got to get back to my thing. So I feel like there's probably a couple different motions, because one, sounds like there's a consensus to consider the general fund transfer to the insurance fund in fiscal year 2026. So I would make a motion. I'm going to make separate motions to do that. And let's call for that question, but go back to vote cast.
Do you mind repeating that just so I make sure?
I don't mind. I'd like to approve the general fund transfer to the insurance fund in fiscal year 2026. That's what it says on my, consider general fund transfer to insurance fund in fiscal year 2026.
Yes, so I think that's a question. Do you want to do that now as opposed to what Councilmember Schwerlian mentioned is possibly waiting until the actuarial analysis and funding strategies research is completed?
I don't think we're approving the methodology that's already been placed in. This particular, what you're reading is the insurance fund portion that they said the option was to get a full actuary to see what the
how we can find opportunities to pay for it. But
Yeah.
everybody that's approving the fund transfers, that's already been determined.
You're right. Thank you. Yes, what he said.
Okay.
So the funds transfer is what we're talking about?
Yes.
Appropriate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
In which case, call for the question on that.
Thank
Are you
you.
clear on what the motion is? Or do you want
Maybe
it
not.
repeated one more time before we vote?
So we're talking about B, appropriate funds as identified in the
No, I was talking about the D.
D.
So-
Okay.
D.
If I
So
may
that
clarify.
general fund transfer from the general fund to the insurance fund, that, as described in the report, would bring us to our current reserve level for the end of fiscal year '25. And so that was an option. So we know we're already behind our funding reserve level for fiscal year '25. So if you'd like to make that transfer in the current year, we can, or we can wait until the actual
Okay,
analysis
let me
is
withdraw the
completed.
motion. I see. So let me, because I think I'd have to change it, because originally I was saying to do it now.
Okay.
And I don't think we've had that discussion actually as much. So, go ahead.
Can I take a shot at the motion?
Go for it.
Please. Sorry, I'm not gonna.
Okay. So, appropriate, well, I'm looking at the screen. I don't know if I should look at what you put, Libby, on the recommendation. So, receive the mid-year report for fiscal year '26 and '27 budget development calendar as identified in attachment 1, appropriate 11.1 million from the general fund and adjust revenues by 2,023,000 and appropriate 1.2 million 11,165 from other funds to adjust revenues by 37,500.
Thank you.
And then the additional transfer adjustments in other funds appropriate 696,227 and adjust revenues by 9.339 million.
Hey, Councilman Schur, does that include the OTS request?
No, I'm still going. Consider Roundhouse Aquarium funding request for $80,000 annually for 3 years. And consider, well, that we can do that as one motion and then leave the other two. Which is on.
I would appreciate the way you stated the motion originally with the the receive, the appropriate, and the appropriate, because I had an idea about the OTS, so I would appreciate if we could do it like you said it.
Does that make sense, Mayor?
So if I'm understanding it, then we will withdraw and make for a separate motion for OTS. We want to make this interesting for those that are here for the OTS.
OTS is in there.
Keep you at the edge of your chair.
You left OTS in there?
Yes.
Okay, so then a friendly amendment, potentially. I would like to consider, if we're going to be funding at that level, that we get a council liaison assignment, just like we have for other, things that we do, not a board seat, but a council liaison.
Sure.
So that we can be in there and observe and help out. And they may not want to, but
Yeah, I was going to say, do we really need that? I mean,
I think if we're.
It's a pretty focused, they know what they need and what they want.
I'm not saying it, but we should have to tell them what to do, but it's $80,000 a year for 3 years. I think why not? It's not a voting board seat, but it's just a liaison. And that would be my friendly motion. If not, it's just friendly, so you can not.
Would you consider just having a discussion on that? I want to make sure I'm understanding what their requirements are as a nonprofit and their relationship and what that might mean and what that might look like, and just make sure we're not missing something.
Sure.
Separate? So we'll study it. I see the
I'm
city manager
happy
wants
to-
to speak.
Alternatively, the council could do what we did with the Marine Mammal Care Center, which was require an annual report on how the money was spent.
Yes, it has to be something. We can't just give $80,000 a year to something since it's not us.
Added.
Okay, accept
Thank
it.
you.
That's
Accept
seconded. Okay, in which case, any other comments? Any?
I'm leaving on the table the general fund transfer of 1.7 million in the insurance fund and to consider proposed police department staffing. Everything else I mentioned that's been on, it's on the slide in front of you.
Okay. Is staff clear before we call the question? I see the city manager has a question.
I do need some clarification on what information needs to be brought back by staff for the police item.
So why don't we take this vote first,
Yeah.
and then we'll
Okay.
get direction on that. Libby, do you have any questions?
Just wanted to clarify, so we will revisit the potential funding source using the peer funds. We're also undergoing our budget development for next year. You mentioned the parking rate increases. Just want to remind everyone that we did have to do that interfund loan transfer and transfer from the parking fund to pay for our previous peer projects, so that the parking meter rate increases have kind of brought us up to where we needed to be to fund our operations and capital projects. So we'll revisit all of this in our budget process, and then I guess option one, if the peer fund is a good revenue source, so we'll fund it there. If not, I guess we can revert it to the general fund.
That's fair.
And then we'll clarify when we come back in May.
Good. Second, call for the question.
I understand.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you to all those who said it.
Thank you,
Now,
Councilmember Sherillian.
Thank you,
for-
Councilmember Shirley. For direction, Madam City Manager, I thought there was some direction that had been given in our comments. Do you want it crystallized in terms
Yes.
of being a little more specific?
That would help us in organizing what we need to bring back.
I know for myself, just to get this conversation going and
Done.
hopefully completed, for me, I want to better understand what other positions besides the deputy chief would allow the department to address the significant increase in responsibilities that the chief described, as the department is facing or has faced since 2021. So I'd like to better understand what administrative positions might be required, if not a deputy. Councilmember Howard?
And I guess I would like to understand a little bit, without making a whole nother report. So with these, how the deputy chief would handle some of these responsibilities, and if that would allow for police officers to be out, in the streets. So like a lot of the mandated things, like what are those more specifically? I thought that was really interesting and good information.
Councilmember Shabay?
Thank you. I think this is a good place to look at this and give staff some time to come back with a thorough explanation, is maybe with the budget process. I know they want to move on it quicker, but, that might be the right opportunity to bring it back.
And I know for myself, I'm also interested, I really did hear the comment about diminishing returns, but what else might we want to consider as a city with regard to other incentives to fill those long open positions that were considered to be scrubbed in favor of an administrative position? Other cities are successful with their incentives. I want to better understand what they're doing and compare it with how we might want to perhaps add to what incentives we're now offering. Do you seek any further clarification?
That's helpful, thank you.
Council, any other comments? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
So just one thing, Libby, so we're clear on the general fund transfer with the insurance fund, that we're going to wait to...
Waiting for that until we come back with our full report.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Finance.
Thanks.
Okay. We still have a little bit more. Let me see how quickly I can go through. City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234 reports. Are there any reports? Seeing none, any future agenda items?
I'm going to withhold for now on mine.
For now as well. Is there a city manager report?
None, thank you.
Is there a city attorney report? You've been quite loquacious tonight, Mr. City
Yes,
Attorney.
I do talk too much. Happy New Year.
Thank you. No informational items. Agenda forecast is posted along with commission minutes.
I'm too tired to drive home.
We will be adjourning to a closed session on Monday, February 23rd, 2026 at 3:30 p.m. in the City Council chambers. We stand adjourned.